Good morning, everyone. I'm Charles Allen, the Ward 6 Council member and Chair of the Council's Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Today is Monday, April 27th, 2026. We are meeting both in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and via the Zoom virtual platform. The time is now 9:40 a.m., and I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing of the committee. This is the committee's second budget oversight hearing of the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2027. Today, the committee will receive testimony from the public witnesses regarding the proposed budget for the District Department of Transportation, otherwise known as DDOT. DDOT's stated mission is to equitably deliver a safe, sustainable, and reliable multimodal transportation network for all residents and visitors of the District of Columbia. Pursuant to that mission, DDOT designs, constructs, maintains, and repairs alleys, sidewalks, streets, bike lanes, bridges, and tunnels throughout the district. The agency administers the district's automated safety camera program, as well as the bus lane enforcement and freight vehicle camera systems. DDOT also plays an important role in school safety through its Safe Routes to School and school crossing guard programs. DDOT has exited the role of directly managing public transportation systems with the termination of the DC Circulator bus service and DC streetcar service. Nevertheless, the agency supports WMATA's Metro Bus and Metro Rail services in several ways, including the Bus Priority Program, and by improving connectivity to stops and to stations. Beyond managing transportation projects, DDOT is also one of the primary agencies involved in public space management. Whether it's street closures for a parade or a farmer's market or issuing permits for streeteries or block parties, the agency's urban forestry division also cultivates the district's urban tree canopy, which beautifies the city while offering residents and visitors much needed shade. And when the sun goes down, DDOT is responsible for illuminating the district with the streetlight program. In sum, DDOT's functions are far-reaching, and while it's fair to characterize DDOT as the district's transportation agency, the agency also has tremendous influence over the use and allocation of public space in the district, not just our roadways. The mayor's proposed FY 2027 operating budget for the agency is $151.1 million, representing a decrease of 14.3% from its FY 26 approved budget of $176.2 million. The funding supports about 765 FTEs, a reduction of roughly 4 FTEs from the FY 26 approved budget. And the DDOT proposed capital budget is $867.8 million, a 24.7% increase from the FY 26 approved capital budget of $695 million. The capital budget supports 24.7 FTEs. For any public witnesses who wish to submit written testimony, you can do so through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings until Monday, May 11th, 2026. So with that said, we are going to turn to our public witnesses. We have a combination of folks that are here in the chamber with us, as well as folks that are joining us online. So what I'm going to do is call out names, and hopefully it works out that we'll have about 4 people, since we have 4 chairs at this table. We'll also have folks that are online, and we'll go through one panel. When you finish your testimony, please stay seated or remain in the Zoom so that we can turn and ask you questions afterwards. So let me call Andy Renard, Associate Director of Policy and Political Affairs with the DC Charter School Alliance. Helena Demise, student at Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. Rahel Guyo, a student at Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. And Ada Ba, a student at Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. Also, Michelle Robinson, who's a student at Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School. Amani Johnson, a student at Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School, who I think are online. So we're Helena, Rahel, or Ada here? How about this? Do I have Deborah McQueen here? All right, if you'll come on up, please. Do I have Rosa Garcia? Is Ashley Simpson Baird here? Yep, Ashley, come on up, please. Okay, actually, I think we have Helena online and Rahel. All right, so Andy, we're going to start with you, and then we will work our way through a combination of folks that are here in person and folks that are online. So Andy Renard, I'll turn it to you for your testimony. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Allen and members of the committee. My name is Andy Renard, and I'm the Associate Director of Policy and Political Affairs at the DC Charter School Alliance, the local nonprofit that advocates on behalf of public charter schools and their students in the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the Adult Learner Transit Subsidy, a program that is critical for the success of adult learners across DC and one that demands our attention this budget cycle. DC's adult charter schools serve more than 5,000 adult learners across 9 campuses. These students are completing their high school equivalency, earning industry-recognized certifications, and building key workforce skills for careers in high-demand fields like healthcare, IT, early childhood education, and construction. Over 50% are parents of school-age children themselves, and the evidence is clear. Investing in adult education has a generational impact on DC families. Transportation is one of the most persistent barriers to consistent attendance for adult learners, and the adult learner transportation subsidy is currently falling short. The current $70 monthly benefit has not been increased since 2019. Peak hour metro fares now range from $225 to $675 per trip. A learner attending class 3 days per week can face monthly transportation costs between $80 and up to $200, depending on the distance. School leaders consistently report that students face a monthly gap of up to $50 between the subsidy and their actual costs, a gap that grows even larger for parents who must make additional trips for childcare before class. The consequence is direct and measurable. Adult learners regularly exhaust their transportation funds by the 2nd or 3rd week of the month. When that happens, they face an impossible choice: miss class, arrive late, cut back on food, rent, or childcare to cover their fare. When students miss class, it can stall their progress. Program completion rates fall, and the district's much larger and critical investment in adult education fails to reach its full potential. Nearly 80% of adult learners who complete these programs secure employment or enter post-secondary education. These are workers that are earning family-sustaining wages and contributing to DC's workforce and tax base. A stronger transit subsidy is not small. It's a key part of the return on investment. We're asking for 2 things. First, increase the adult learner transit subsidy to $100 per student per month to better align with current transportation costs. Second, index future adjustments to metro fare increases so this benefit does not erode again over time as it has the past 6 years. Adult learners are demonstrating a real commitment to self-improvement. Transportation should not be what stops them. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Renard. Next. Let me turn to Helena, who's joining us online.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. My name is Helena Demese, and I serve as a Student Service Director at the Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. In my role, I oversee the Student Service Department at the Harvard Street campus, supporting adult learners as they work to build a better future for themselves and their family. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here to urge you to increase the adult learner transit subsidy from $70 to $100 per month in the fiscal year 27 budget. At Carlos Rosario, we serve adult learners who are deeply committed to improving their life through education. Many of our students are parents. Some are unemployed and have no steady income. Others are working 1 or even 2 jobs, but still struggle to make the end meet due to the high cost of living in the district. Transportation is one of the most consistent and significant barrier our students face. The transit subsidy is not a luxury, it's essential. It's often the only way our students can get to the school. However, the current $70 monthly benefit is not enough. In our daily work, we see that students regularly exhaust their funds just 3 weeks into the month. When that happens, they come to us thinking there is an issue with their card, only to find out the balance is simply gone. At that point, they're forced to wait until the next month to receive additional funds. When students cannot afford transportation, they cannot attend school. And when they cannot attend school, their education and their pathway to the economy mobility is disrupted. We see this reflected in attendance pattern, especially towards the end of the month when funds run out. Our school does everything we can to fill the gap. We provide limited bus tokens when available, and in some cases, emergency gift cards. But these are a short-term solution and cannot meet the full level of needs. We also conducted a survey of more than 700 students to better understand their experience. The results were clear. 91% of respondents received the transit subsidy. More than 70% say that $70 per month is not enough, and nearly 90% say that increasing the benefit to $100 per month would benefit their needs. These findings reflect what we see every day. It's also important to recognize that this investment benefits not only the individual students, but the district as a whole. Our students are working to gain the skill they need to enter the workforce, increase their earning, and contribute to the local economy. When they succeed, our city succeeds. But they cannot succeed if they cannot get to the school. Increasing the adult learner transit subsidy to $100 per month is practical, targeted investment that will directly improve attendance, persistence, and student outcome. It will ensure that adult learners can contribute their education without interruption. I respectfully urge the council to make this increase in the fiscal year 2027 budget. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any question.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Rahel Goyo, who is also online.
Good morning, Chairman Allen and member of the committee. My name is Rahel Guyo, and I am a case manager and retention specialist at Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. In my role, I work directly with adult learners every day to help them stay enrolled and succeed in school. I connect students to crucial resources like health insurance and public benefit, help them navigate the complex system, and provide the support they need to remain focused on their education. I also manage the distribution of smart trip cards through the Adult Learner Transit Subsidy Program. For our students, transportation is not a small issue. It is one of the most important factors in whether they can consistently attend school. The Adult Learners Transit Subsidy is an essential support that allows students to get to class each day. Many of our students are immigrants who are new to Washington, D.C. They're learning how to navigate the city, often while balancing family responsibilities and rebuilding their lives. Having access to smart trip cards give them the ability to travel independently and reliably to the school. I see firsthand how this support contributes to students' retention. When students have access to transportation, they show up, they stay engaged, they continue working towards their educational and career goals. However, the current subsidy of $70 per month is not enough. Students regularly come to me concerned that their cards are not working, only for us to discover that the funds have already run out before the end of the month. Others tell us directly that the subsidy simply doesn't cover the full cost of getting to school consistently. When this happens, students are forced to make difficult choices. Some rely on limited emergency assistance when it's available, and others have to wait until the next month to receive additional funds. These gaps in transportation access can disrupt attendance and put students at risk of falling behind or leaving the school altogether. We have also heard directly from students through survey that an increase in the subsidy would make a meaningful difference. The message is consistent. $70 is not enough to meet their transportation needs. If we are serious about supporting adult learners and ensuring they persist in their education, we must ensure they can physically get to school every day. That is why I respectfully urge the council to increase adult learner transit subsidy from $70 to $100 per month in the fiscal year 2027 budget. This investment would strengthen student retention, support consistent attendance, and ultimately help the more district residents to complete their education and contribute to our workforce and economy. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And next, let me turn to Ada Ba.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen and member of the community. My name is Ida Ba, and I'm a student at Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I come to Washington, D.C. many years ago as a single mother, living a difficult situation and starting over with my younger daughter. At that time, I was living in a shelter with no support, and I did not believe that I could achieve much for myself or my family. Everything changed when I found Carlos Rosario. From the first day, the school welcomed me, supported me, and helped me believing in myself. I started in English class, improved my English, and complete ESL level 8. Then with encouragement from my teacher, I went on to earn my GD. After that, I continued building my skill. I completed an IT credential, and I also completed a small business certificate that helped me start my own business. Just last week, I opened my own dojo where I teach fitness and martial arts to children in my community. Today, I'm also a college student at the University of District of Columbia, studying psychology. I want to become a professional coach for young people and support them both physically and mentally. None of this would have been possible without Carlos Rosario. The school is not just a place to learn, it's like a family. They support me with education, with guidance, and even with basic need when I was struggling. One of the most important support I receive is transportation at this time. Like many adult learners, I rely on adult learner transit substitute to get to school and take care of my family. Every day, I take the bus to drop my daughter at school, then travel to my classes, and later return to pick her up. Sometimes I take the bus 4, 5, or even 6 times on a day just to manage school and parenting responsibility. The current subsidy of $70 per month is not enough. It often runs out before the end of the month. When that happens, I have to work long distance, sometimes make me late to classes, or I have to carefully plan every trip and every dollar. Even today, I'm testifying virtual because taking the bus to attend this hearing in person would use trip that I need later in the week to get to school. That is how closely we have to calculate every ride. And increase the 100 per month would make a real difference. It would help me and other students get to school consistently, stay on track, and continue building better future for our family. I'm here today because I believe in the openness that adult education provides. I'm living proof that when students are supported, we can succeed, give back, and strengthen our community. I respectfully ask you to increase the adult loan transit from $70 to $100 per month so that students like me can continue education and achieve our goal. Thanks you for your time and for your support. I'm happy to answer any question, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Michelle Robinson, who's also joining us online.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Michelle Robinson, and I am here to testify in strong support of transportation assistance for students at Academy of Hope Public Charter School, and to respectfully ask that this funding not only continue but be increased to better meet the real cost of getting to school. I stand before you today not just as a student, but as someone fighting every day to build a better future through education. I am currently experiencing homelessness, and there are days when I do not know where I will be staying or where I will sleep next. That uncertainty affects every part of my life. But even through that, I still choose to show up to school, to keep learning, and to keep pushing forward. The truth is that many students are doing everything that they can to succeed, but determination is not enough when basic barriers stand in the way. To some people, $70 may seem like a lot, but in today's economy and with the actual cost of consistent travel, it is not nearly enough. An increase in this subsidy would mean more reliable attendance, fewer missed class, and less stress for students who are already carrying financial hardship. It would mean not having to choose between adding money to my smart trip, buying food, hygiene products, or paying for temporary shelter. When students cannot afford transportation, they are not just missing class. They will be missing access to food pantries, safety, support systems, and life-changing resources. Nationally, public schools identified more than 1.5 million students experiencing homelessness in the 23-24 school year, the highest number on record. Nearly 47.7% of homeless students were chronically absent, and graduation rates remain far below the national average. Do I buy a meal today, or do I ride the train to school? Do I save money for where I'm going to sleep tonight, or do I pay to get to class this week? Do I survive today or invest in tomorrow? No student should have to make these choices. Academy of Hope serves for students who are trying to change their lives. Some are returning to school after setbacks, and some are working while studying. Some are facing homelessness like myself, family hardships, and financial struggles. But what we all have in common is that we are trying. We are trying to earn diplomas, gain skills, secure jobs, go to college, and become stable. You are not just investing in attendance, you are investing in our graduation, in jobs, in stability, and people who simply need a fair chance. So I ask you today to continue this program and increase the amount so that it truly reflects the cost students face today. Please do not let transportation be the reason that someone loses access to school, support, and hope. Thank you for your time, compassion, and support.
Thank you very much. The next, let me turn to Deborah McQueen. If you're ready, if you'll push the buttons, the red light's on. There you go. You're all set.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and Environment. My name's Deborah McQueen, and I'm a student at Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. Transportation is a big part of whether I can make it to school. I use both the bus and metro to get there. During rush hour, the costs are higher. When we first received my smart card through the adult learning transit subsidy, I apologize, I'm nervous.
You're doing great. You're doing great.
The $70 did not last a month. I ran out of money. I had to use some of my rent to get to school. I even had to borrow $20 from my uncle to make sure I kept attending classes. For students like me, the cost of transportation adds up quickly. Depending on the month and I travel, the subsidy does not cover everything. When that happens, we are forced to make difficult choices between transportation, rent, and other basic needs. That is why I'm asking you to increase the adult learning subsidized from 70 to 100 per month. This change could make a real difference. It helps students stay in school, reduce financial stress, and make sure the transportation is not a barrier to complete our education. Adult learners are working hard to improve our lives, even when we are facing difficult situations. With the right support, we can succeed. Thank you for your time and for supporting adult learners like me.
You did great. Thank you. And then Ashley Simpson Baird, let me turn to you.
Good morning, Chairman Allen and members of the committee and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ashley Simpson Baird, and I serve as the Director of Research and Policy at Berea Public Charter School. Berea is a two-generation school where parents and their children attend together. Children receive early childhood education while their parents are enrolled in English, digital literacy, high school diploma, and workforce training programs. Like adult learners across the district, our students are balancing school, work, parenting, and caregiving responsibilities, and they are deeply committed to their education. Transportation is one of the most immediate and persistent barriers that they face. This year alone, 679 Berea students have accessed the adult learner transit subsidy. Our data show that more than 85% rely on bus or metro to get to school, and 73% of those report the subsidy of $70 a month does not last them the full month. This is not surprising. The subsidy has remained at $70 since 2019, while transit costs have increased significantly. Even students attending class just 3 days a week can face monthly costs exceeding $120, or as Andy mentioned, $200 when they combine bus and rail trips together. For parent learners, the cost is even higher. Many must take multiple trips each day to drop off children before attending class. These are not optional trips, they are essential, and the current subsidy does not reflect that reality. The result is predictable, as we've heard from other students this morning. They run out of funds by the second or third week of the month, attendance drops, lateness increases, and students are forced to make impossible trade-offs between transportation and basic needs like food, rent, or childcare. When students cannot get to school, the district's investment in adult education is not fully realized. It's important to remember that this program exists because of adult learner advocacy. Students organized, testified, and worked with the council to first establish the subsidy at $50 per month, then successfully advocated for an increase to $70 in 2019. That progress mattered, but 6 years later, it's time to update the benefit to reflect today's cost of living. We're asking the council to increase the subsidy from $70 to $100 per month. We estimate this would cost approximately $1.5 million a year, a modest investment relative to the district's overall education and workforce spending. This is not about expanding a program, it is ensuring that existing program functions as intended. A $30 increase will directly improve attendance retention, program completion, and workforce entry. Adult learners who complete programs earn credentials, secure employment, and contribute to the district's economy. Increasing the subsidy strengthens, not expands, the district's return on its existing investments. I also want to thank you, Chair Allen, for your partnership on this issue. We look forward to continuing to work together to ensure that this program meets the needs of students as it is designed to serve them. In the longer term, we encourage the district to align this program with the Kids Ride Free program. In DC, adult education is public education. Our vision is simple: students ride free, regardless of age. Integrating these programs would reduce administrative burden and ensure long-term stability for adult learners. Transportation should not be the reason an adult learner misses school. A modest increase in the subsidy will make it possible for students to get to class and stay there. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to take any questions.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I know our next panel is going to focus a lot on this topic as well. But I do have some questions for this group. So first off, thank you all for your testimony and sharing your own experience, which can sometimes be hard to do or intimidating in this setting. So you did great. And thank you very much for that. One of the questions, as much advocacy as we have seen on this issue and how clearly laid out the need is and what the impact can be, I was certainly hopeful that we would see this included in the proposed budget that came to us. Is there, I guess, briefly, was there any conversation with the mayor from our charter schools that was hoping to see the funding included? And just kind of curious to see if there was any conversation or any context there.
So yes, definitely. Earlier this year, we visited you in your office. We also sent emails and reached out to the DME in particular. We met with him several times and his team. We also reached out to DDOT with a letter with this request as well.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay. To help, I think this is a priority. Like, you don't have to convince me. Like, you're doing a great job of helping lay out the case of what the need is. And then our job is now to go see how we can add this to the budget in a challenging budget. But I think this is exactly what we're here to do. And for these adult learners and how much of a difference this can make. So we're going to work hard on that. Maybe Mr. Renard, and anybody else who wants to jump in as well, please. But one of the things that I've had some people say is, well, we already have programs like Metro Lift, or we have other programs or subsidy programs. Can you talk about, does that program work? Or maybe what are the shortcomings of a program like that? Or do we have students that are able to pair a Metro Lift and an adult learner subsidy? Anything you can share about kind of the ways that this, and I guess to your last point around, wouldn't it just be easier to consolidate things into something where just all learners have maybe we have to change the name Kids Ride Free to Students Ride Free. But I think I know what you mean in terms of kind of the savings that could be there. But curious, how does it work today in terms of combining either Metro Lift or other subsidy and assistance programs?
You asked Helena.
Why don't Helena, maybe I'll kind of ask that to you if you have any kind of experience or kind of advice from what you're seeing there. And then Mr. Renard, I feel like you want to jump in too, so maybe you'll jump in after that.
Sure, yeah. So in order to qualify for the Metro Lift, I think participant has to participate in some type of public benefits. Either they need to have like a SNAP or, they need to receive other benefits. So that is one of the reasons some of our students are not qualified for that one, but we also, promote that program.
Okay. Nothing to add? Okay. All right. I think that the other thing we have to figure out is the cost. And so what we're looking for. So Ms. Baird, can you talk a little bit more? How did you develop your estimate of the approximately, I think you said 1.5 million. Can you help us walk through kind of how did you come up with that number?
Yeah, so I assumed roughly 75% of the 5,000 students are accessing the adult learner transit subsidy multiplied by 10 months out of the year, because most of them aren't using it in the summer.
Okay. And then to try to help give confidence to our numbers, so the 75% is based off of the survey data that you and some of our other schools have done. So it feels like a fairly reasonable or high confidence estimate. Fair to say?
Yeah, so that's based off of BRIA data, but we also have sort of checked in with other schools, and that seems on par with what they're seeing for their students too.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. And so then let me go back to any of our other students and adult learners. Do you want to share anything else about the combination of either MetroLift or other programs, how it works for you? Are you kind of piecing together these different elements to help provide for that transportation? Or in other words, is that not really a resource that you're using, MetroLift, and it's really focused on the adult learner transit subsidy?
Excuse me, what is MetroLift?
MetroLift is WMATA's subsidy program, which lowers fares for income eligible riders. So for individuals that have, I don't have all the data in front of me of what the eligibility criteria is, but for many riders who might need it, it provides a discounted fare.
Okay, so it doesn't come to your house. You have, where would you meet it? Where would you meet the van? How does that work?
It gets your Metro card would be all you'd need. So it's just it's an eligibility program. For example, if somebody's already enrolled in SNAP or TANF or anything else, would be able to be eligible for the benefit itself, which then lowers the cost of fares. And what I'm kind of trying to get at is, if we have people who, this isn't going to be everybody, but for some population, if that MetroLift helps already lower the fares, then the adult learner transit subsidy on top of that, does that help amplify and cover more people and help provide more transit subsidy? I've got a couple of hands online, but let me see if you had anything else to add to that.
Okay, question. Suppose certain people don't have SNAP.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. It won't cover everybody. Just kind of
Yes,
curious
right.
for anybody who's experienced. Let me turn, I see Ms. Ba and then Ms. Robinson both have their hand up. So Ms. Ba and then Ms. Robinson after that.
Thank you, sir. Yes, you're right. I face on that struggling too, because the last time I was trying to be qualified on that, they didn't accept me because my SNAP and my Medicare was not accepted, was not being the certificate. I was struggling like 7 or 6 months to not get my SNAP and my Medicare, so I was not qualified. But Carlos Rosario School, they was giving me Uber or Lyft stuff so I can do my transportation, because without it I couldn't drop I told them I'm gonna miss the class like a month, and I was in my GD program. It was my last exam. I was about to do my last exam. It was the RLA. So I couldn't make a month if I don't have transportation, because I have drop my daughter 5 years old and come back to school. So what they was doing, Carlos Rosario, they was giving me transportation like Uber credit card so I can do the classing. And that was not possible for me to be qualified for that.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Robinson, did you want to add to that?
Yes, so thank you for that question first. I want to say that I was not even aware of that type of subsidy with the MetroLift. I will say that I think the main issue with programs like MetroLift is that some students do not qualify for that, and not every student is able to easily access that. Some students may not meet the eligibility requirements, even though they are still facing barriers getting to school. Others may struggle with literacy, technology, language barriers, as well as completing complicated applications. Some students just simply do not know these programs exist, like myself, or where to start. So on paper, while these resources may sound good and they may be available, in real life, many students cannot access them. And that is why school-based transportation is so important and imperative for us. When assistance comes directly through a school like Academy of Hope, it's easier to understand, it's easier to apply for, and the students can get the help that they need from the staff that they already trust. Thank you.
Yeah, that's perfect. And thank you. And, you know, I guess I'll use this as a quick opportunity to promote MetroLift, just so for anybody who doesn't know about it. So for anybody in DC, Maryland, or Virginia who is enrolled in SNAP, you're automatically eligible for MetroLift, which is a 50% discount on all Metro fare costs. So Metro Rail and Metro Bus. So it lowers that fare by 50%. And it is an enrollment that's linked within a SNAP benefit. So I just kind of put that out there, and at least because we're going to deal with a budget that best case scenario would be implemented next fall. So for people who have transportation needs right now, want to make sure people know about this. So that again, it does not cover every adult learner here, but for those that are enrolled in SNAP, Metro Lift can do a 50% reduction immediately on our Metro fares, both bus and rail. That said, that's not going to cover every student, and it still may not cover everything. And so as we are trying to put it all together so that we can have everyone be able to move around the way they need to, that's why this still remains a significant priority. Perhaps there's some efficiencies we can look at about how do we make sure people can get that Metro Lift benefit and the adult learner transit subsidy to cover more and more of our overall costs. I just want to make sure I do that as a little bit of a PSA for anybody looking for Metro Lift. All right. I don't think I have any other questions. I know I can continue to work with all of you as we go through the budget cycle over the next couple of weeks and incoming months to really fine tune exactly what the dollar amount is that we're looking for, how we help rationalize and justify that to the budget people that we've got to go to, and then how we then start working on solving this. Because again, I think this remains a significant priority and appreciate all the testimony. So thank you. And thank you to everybody online.
Thank you.
You get it. Absolutely. Thanks. All right, we're going to move to our second panel of witnesses. I called earlier Amani Johnson, and I just want to make sure, I know some folks came in afterwards, if Amani Johnson was here. Excuse me. All right. Let me turn to Rosa Garcia, who's a student at Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. Rocio Quello, who's a student at Brea Public Charter School. Onelia Romero, who's a student at the Family Place Public Charter School, I think is online. I have ANC Commissioner Trupti Patel with ANC 2A. Do I have Claudia Sosa with Brea Public Charter School? Is Sandra Rodriguez here? Brea Public Charter School. Francisco Hernandez. All right, do I have Ophelia Lopez? All right. Ms. Lopez, what I'm gonna do is have you come take a seat just right on the edge here, and then I'm gonna bring you onto the table just as one person finishes, I'll bring you on so we can have your testimony here. Gabriel Galino Carrera, who's a student at the Next Step Public Charter School. All right, you're here in person too. Do I have Sergio Mendez, a student? Okay, all right, 3 people. All right, here's what I'm gonna do then. I'm actually gonna save the 3 of you since you're here in person for the next panel, so that way all 3 of you can come up at the same time. Okay, I think that's who I've got here. So, okay, so I have got Rocio Quello is online, and I think I've got everybody else here in person. So Commissioner Patel, why don't I start with you? And please share your testimony, and then I will move to our next witness.
Okay. Good morning, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. My name is Trupti Patel, and I submit this testimony regarding the performance of the District of Department of Transportation, affectionately known as DDOT. As the committee considers the fiscal year 2027 budget, this is a critical moment to ensure that transportation investments are directly aligned with measurable performance outcomes. Capital planning and operating funds must translate into timely maintenance, consistent service delivery, and equitable infrastructure conditions across all residential areas of the district. DDOT has a fundamental responsibility to maintain the district's transportation infrastructure in a state of good repair in order to protect public safety, neighborhood stability, and long-term preservation of housing stock. In ANC 2A, particularly within Snow's corridor, that responsibility has not been adequately met. Over a 5-year period, ANC 2A has convened multiple Sidewalk Palooza events to support residents in collectively submitting 311 requests and traffic safety investigations related to sidewalk conditions, traffic safety concerns, and broader infrastructure maintenance needs. Despite these coordinated efforts to engage existing district systems in good faith, many of these requests remain unresolved or have not been addressed in timely or comprehensive manner. And as you know, this is personal because I fell and shattered my left elbow, so please fix the sidewalks. The continued deterioration of Snow's Court corridor functioning as a residential alley has moved beyond quality of life concerns. Failing sidewalks, deteriorating pavement, and inconsistency agency responses now present a direct risk to long-term viability of residential housing stock located along this corridor. In response to sustained ANC2A advocacy, Councilmember Pinto conducted a site visit to Snow's Court and subsequently established the Snow's Court Task Force, which has since sunset. This following multiple ANC2A performance and budget oversight resolutions in fiscal year '24, documenting persistent cross-agency service delivery failures impacting this area. While the creation of the task force represented a meaningful step, residents still lack clear information regarding project scope, implementation timelines, and ongoing agency accountability. These challenges are further compounded by inconsistent service delivery. Department of Public Works does not provide the Snow's Court corridor with the same baseline services afforded to street-facing residential blocks, including routine street sweeping, leaf collection, snow and ice treatment. This disparity underscores the need for clearer classification of the corridor and coordinated interagency responsibility. Accordingly, ANC2A respectfully requests the following actions. First, that the DC Council formally recognize the Snow's Court corridor as a residential alley, ensuring that maintenance obligations and service delivery standards reflect its residential character. Second, that this committee adopt and advance the recommendations and next steps from this former Snow's Court Task Force, including clear project scopes, transparent timelines, and public reporting mechanisms consistent with the district's broader commitment to preserving housing stock. Third, that the DDOT prioritize all outstanding 311 service requests within ANC2A and strengthen coordination with sister agencies to ensure timely repair and maintenance of sidewalks and related infrastructure across the commission. Performance oversight must be measured in outcomes, not process alone. While Snow's Court has been studied, discussed, and repeatedly documented, sustained maintenance and timely execution have not followed. As the fiscal year 2027 budget is finalized, ANC2A urges this committee to ensure that DDOT's resources are explicitly tied to performance and accountability and timely delivery in neighborhoods like Snow's Court. And I'm going to take a point of privilege and say I attach myself to their ask. I really, really think that it's important that you do increase their subsidy. As someone who relies on public transit, just to take 2 trips 5 days a week, I'm spending $80 to $100 a month. So just know that cost of transit is going up, and unfortunately, wages are not going up. 2 suggestions I would have for you. If the kids are going to the same school as the parents, maybe making sure like their cards are attached so that when they're going back and forth, like it matches with the kids. And ANC2A did send a resolution around Metro Lift a year ago. And I did suggest like you emulate what Mayor Mamdani did in New York, make these programs automatic enrollment. A lot of people don't know about Metro Lift. And we know SNAP has changed on the national level of who qualifies, and a lot of people fell out of that safety network. So I think a lot of these students would qualify pre-Trump for a lot of these benefits. And I hope the district can try to take some of the angst and anxiety that these students face. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next, let me turn to, I have Rocio Coelho, who is, I believe, online. Yep, so we're going to turn to you online, and then I'll come back and we'll go through our panelists that are here. And real fast, Ms. Lopez, what I'm going to do, actually, if you don't mind, I'm going to have you, Mr. Carrera, and Mr. Mendez testify together as one panel. So if you want to sit over there, you're good to go, and then we'll pull you up in just 1 second for the next panel. All right, so let me turn to Ms. Coelho. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good morning, Councilmember. My name is Rocio Coelho, and I'm an adult learner in the advanced English class at Brilla Public Charter School. I'm also the mother of a young son who's enrolled in preschool at Brilla. Coming to a school together with my son is very meaningful to me. It's allowed me to show him that education is important at every stage of life. I want him to grow up seeing that learning does not stop and that working hard in a school can open many opportunities. I'm very grateful that my classmates and I have access to Metro Smart Trip cards through the Adult Learning Transit Society program. This support makes it possible for many of us to attend a school. However, many students run out of funds before the end of the month. When that happens, it's become difficult to come to class because transportation becomes an extra financial burden. Allowing adult education understand how important these programs are for our future and for our families. That is why I respectfully ask you increase the adult education wage from 1 to 1.3, or provide a short-term grant to support this program that gives extra support when we need it. Second, increase the adult learning transit subsidy from $70 to $100 so a student can reliably get to a school. And three, restore social safety net program that families like mine depend on to remain stable while we pursue our education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your continued support for adult learners and families like mine.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Claudia Sosa.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Claudia Sosa, and I am adult learner at Bria Public Charter School, and also a parent. I like many families, and I'm working hard to build a better future for my child. Coming to Bria has changed the way I see education. Before I know school was important, but now is truly understand how much involvement matter. I am more engaged in my child learning and communicate more with teachers, and I feel more confident supporting my child education. Bria has helped me grow not only as a student, but as a parent. However, getting to school every day is a real challenge. I depend on the adult learning transit subsidy to attend a school. I go to the school 5 days a week, and my commute costs $2.50 each way, $5 per day. That ends up to about $100 each month. Right now, the $70 subsidy is not enough. I ran out of funds of my smart card by the third week of the month, and I struggling for getting to school. This support is not extra, it's essential. Without relief, transportation becomes very difficult to continue my education. That is why I respectfully ask the Council to increase the adult learning weight in the universal per student funding formula. Increase the adult learning transit subsidy for $70 to $100 per month. Maintain and a strong social safety net for DC families, including DC Healthcare Alliance, SNAP, and TAF. Fund charter school equally in the fiscal year 2027. Budget by fully covered costs like staff compensation and utility through the universal per student funding formula. Investing in adult learning is investing in families. When a parent learns, children succeed. Thank you for your time and supporting students like me.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Sandra Rodriguez.
Good morning. My name is Ksenia. I'm sharing this on behalf of a classmate. Good morning, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sandra Rodriguez, and I am an adult learner at Bria Public Charter School, where I am in the advanced English class with my teacher, Marley. Getting to school can be a challenge for me. I depend on the adult learner transit subsidy to travel to and from my classes. Without this support, it would be very difficult for me to continue my education. In my case, my monthly transportation costs are sometimes more than $100 because I rely more on the metro than the bus. While the current $70 subsidy is helpful, it's not enough to cover my full commute. I ran out of funds before the end of the month and struggled to afford getting to school consistently. This support is not extra, it is essential. Reliable transportation allows me to attend class, stay on track with my education, and work toward a better future. That is why I respectfully ask the council to, number one, increase the adult learner weight in the universal per student funding formula from 1.0 to 1.3. Number two, increase the adult learner transit subsidy from $70 to $100 per month. Number three, maintain a strong social safety net for DC families, including DC Healthcare Alliance, SNAP, and TANF. Number four, fund charter schools equitably in the FY27 budget by fully covering costs like staff compensation and utilities through the SFF. Thank you for your time and for supporting students like me who are working hard to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then next, let me turn to Francisco Hernandez.
Yes. Good morning, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Francisco Hernandez. I am a student at Bria Public Charter School and a single father of two. In my home country, I was a family lawyer. Now at Bria, I am working hard to improve my English so that I can find better job opportunities and continue my professional career here. I depend on the adult learning transit subsidy to attend classes. I go to school 5 days a week, and my commute costs about $6.75 per day, which adds up to $33.75 per week, approximately $135 per month. This is a significant expense for me as I work to support my family. When I must take the metro instead of the bus, my transportation costs are higher, and I often run out of funds by the second week of the month. After that, it becomes very difficult for me to afford getting to school consistently. This support is not extra. It's essential. It allows me to continue my education, improve my skills, and work toward contributing more fully to my community. That is why I respectfully ask the council to, first, increase the adult learning transit subsidy from $70 to $100 per month. Second, increase the adult learning weight in the universal per student funding formula from 1.0 to 1.3. First, maintain a strong social safety net for DC families, including DC Healthcare Alliance, SNAP, and TANF. Thank you for your time and for supporting students like me who are working hard to build a better future.
Thank you very much. I know Commissioner Patel had to leave, but I appreciate her testimony before she left as well. Thank you all very much for your testimony. Again, very consistent with our first panel. I would ask, are you familiar with the Metro Lift program at all, or is that something you heard about for the first time here? First time, okay. Okay. Again, it's not gonna work for everybody, but I do think it's a way that we can try to get, I don't think people know this program exists, and it's basically half price Metro. So your Metro Rail, Metro Bus can be half the costs for folks that are eligible. So on the kind of, my brain will work both on a short term, long term. So on the short term, I want to make sure that people know this benefit exists and we can try to help reduce costs for people right now. And then also be able to work so that we can fill this gap so that people can have the full $100 adult learner transit subsidy. And when both of those things get paired together, for anybody who's eligible, that's a $200 a month transit subsidy, which I think as we think about what the total costs of our transportation are, that would be deeply significant and really help us address a lot of our concerns. So I want to spend the next few weeks seeing where we can kind of pair these things together so that we can get the most amount of help to the people that are looking for it. So I really appreciate your testimony today. Again, it just kind of drives home why this is so important and how we can kind of make these programs work a little more efficiently together to help deliver the biggest benefit possible. So thank you very much. Absolutely, thank you. All right, next, let me turn to now Ms. Lopez, Mr. Carrera, and Mr. Mendez. And I just want to check to make sure we didn't miss anybody. I had Rosa Garcia, who had signed to testify earlier, I don't think is here. And Amani Johnson. We have other witnesses. This is just focused on the adult learner piece. So just to make sure I covered that. Okay, all right. So I think we've got everybody here. So Ms. Lopez, we will turn to you to kick us off.
Good morning, Chairman Allen and members of the committee. My name is Ophelia, and I'm a student at the Next Step Public Charter School. I'm originally from Guatemala. Before coming to the United States, I finished high school in my home country. When I arrived in DC, I came to the Next Step to continue my education and improve my English. I completed my GED in Spanish, and now I'm studying English so I can continue building my future. My goal is to work with young children. I used to teach children who were 5 and 6 years old, and I want to continue working in early childhood and education here in the United States. Right now, I'm preparing for the next step and working toward opportunities in that field. Every day, I take the bus to school, and from there, I take the metro to work. The school provides me with a smart trip card, which helps a lot. But right now, the card only has $70 per month, and that is not enough. For me, the money usually runs out after 2 weeks. After that, it becomes very difficult. I still need to get to school every day, but I don't always have the money to pay for transportation. This creates stress and makes it harder to stay consistent with my classes. I know I am not the only one. Many students at my school depend on public transportation to get to school, and they face the same challenge. When transportation is not affordable, it becomes a barrier to education. We are coming to school because we want to learn, improve our lives, and contribute to our communities. But we need reliable transportation to do that. That is why I'm asking you to increase the adult learner transit subsidy from $70 to $100 per month. This change will make a real difference. It will help students like me to get to school every day, stay focused on our education, and continue working toward our goals. The next step has given me the opportunity to keep learning and moving forward with better transportation support. I know I can continue on this path and achieve my goals. Thank you for your time and for supporting a student like me.
Thank you very much. Next, I'm going to turn to Mr. Carrera.
Good morning, Mr. Allen and members of the Committee of Transportation and Environment. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Gabriel Galindo Correa. I'm a student at the Next Step Public Charter School. I came to the United States 2 years ago because of the violence, lack of safety, and limited opportunities. I came here to build a better future, to improve my English, and to continue my education. This fall, I'm planning to attend the UDC to study business administration. I choose this major because it will allow me to build a career here in the US, but also give me skills that I can use everywhere, including my home country if I ever have to go back. Right now, I'm working hard to prepare that future. I'm attending a school 3 days a week, and I commute about 45 minutes each way using the metro. It costs me about $6 a day to get to and from school. With the current 70 monthly transit subsidy, my benefit runs out in about 3 weeks. When that happens, I have to pay out of my pocket. I work in West End restaurant to support myself. I live alone, so I'm responsible for rent, food, insurance, and all my other expenses. Even though transportation may seem like a small cost, it adds up. And it makes a real difference in my ability to stay in school. There have been many times where I didn't have enough money to get to school. When that happens, I try to join Zoom sessions, but it's not the same. Being in the classroom, hearing others speaking and interacting with my classmates is essential, especially as I work to improve my English. If the transit subsidy were increased from $70 to $100 per month, it will make a meaningful difference for me. It will help ensure that I can consistently get to school, stay engaged in my learning, and continue working toward my goals. I also want to share that having the opportunity to testify today means a lot to me. When I was a student in Ecuador, I once visited the National Assembly. It's like the Congress in my country. So I was sitting there in the presidential seat, but I didn't have a public to be heard. I had a lot to say. I didn't have anybody to listen. I'm grateful to have that opportunity here in Washington, D.C. to share my experience and advocate for something that will help not only me, but many other students like me. I respectfully ask the Council to increase the other learning transit subsidy to $100 per month. This investment will help students like me stay on track, complete our education, and contribute to our communities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. And then last on this panel, let me turn to Mr. Mendez.
Good morning, Chairman Allen and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sergio Ixcoy Mendez, and I am a student at the Next Step Public Charter School. I am originally from El Salvador, and when I came to the United States, I made a decision that my priority would be my education. I enrolled in English classes right away because I know that learning English is the first step to achieve my goals. Today, I am studying ESL, and I hope to enroll in college to continue and study agricultural engineering. I was studying agricultural engineering in my country, but I was not able to finish my degree. I am determined to graduate from college in the US. When I was young, I worked in the field with my mother, growing crops like beans, corn, avocados, and limes. That experience inspired me to want to protect the environment and grow healthy organic food without chemicals. My dream is to one day have my own farm and contribute to a healthier future. To get closer to that dream, I go to school every day. I take the bus and sometimes the train to get to class. My commute takes about 20 to 20 minutes each way, and it goes about $5 per day. That adds up to around $100 per month just to get to school. Right now, the adult learner transit subsidy provides $70 per month, and I am very grateful for this support, but it is not enough to cover the full cost of transportation. When the funds run out, I have to pay out of pocket. On days when we have field trips or need to use the train, the cost is even higher. Even when it is difficult, I always find a way to get to school because my education is too important, but not every student can do that. Increasing the subsidy to $100 per month would make a real difference. It would ensure that the students like me and many others can consistently attend school, participate in all our learning opportunities, and stay on track toward our goals. I respectfully ask the Council to increase the adult learner transit subsidy to $100 per month so that transportation is not a barrier to education. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all three of you for your testimony. I guess I'll ask you a little similar to what I asked the last panel. Are you familiar at all with the Metro Lift program? Is that something that you've seen or aware of?
No, we're not. It's the first time we've heard that.
Got it. And again, it may not work for every single person, but just it's a possibility for some help, but that does not take away from the need to get to the full $100. But for somebody who is eligible, what that really translates into is a $200 benefit, because the Metro Lift it'll make all fares half price. And then with a full $100 adult learner transit subsidy, that then really means $200 worth of a benefit per month, which I think really could make a big difference in the ability for folks to have that transportation cost covered, getting to and from class and moving around our city. So we're going to continue to work on both tracks and see what we can do to grow that. And I really appreciate the way you've outlined the need here. All of our students that have testified today have done a phenomenal job. You're effective advocates for what you need, it takes a little bit of guts to come up here and kind of share your own experience. I don't know who all has testified at a hearing before. So to all of our students that have come up and done that, thank you. You've done a great job. You've really laid out the case of why it's needed, what the impact would be. You've brought the data, you've brought the receipts, and that really helps us then now figure out how do we help find the dollars that are necessary to make this work, not just for yourselves, but for all the other students that couldn't show up today, which I know is thousands. So I really appreciate it. So thank you all very much. All right, we're going to transition now to our next panel of public witnesses, and we have a combination of folks that are both here as well as online. So I have Robert Schott, who's the Chief Operating Officer for Casey Trees. Chris Weiss, Public Witness. Mike Litt, Chapter Chair and Sustainable Transportation Committee Chair with Sierra Club DC Chapter. Brenda Richardson, Coordinator with APACC. Nicole Retland, President of the Graceful Green Spaces DC Go-Go Trails Collective east of the river. Excellent. Dolly Davis, President and Environmental Site Leader with Pope Branch Park Restoration Alliance. Frederick Allen, Public Witness. All right, hold tight just one second. All right. Sorry, I'm just conferring here since we have a few folks that we've called that aren't here. Just want to use our time best. So I might call up a couple of their names to go ahead and make sure we can hear from everybody and respect everyone's time. I have ANC Commissioner Ashley Ruff from 7F02, who I think is joining us virtually. ANC Commissioner Jamila White, 8A05. Gabe Klein, independent board member with Automotus Inc., who is online. Laura Miller Brooks, Director of Transportation Infrastructure with the Federal City Council, who I think is joining us online. Talib Kareem Mohammed, who's the Executive Director of the DC Muslim Chamber of Commerce, who I think had signed up to be online. All right. Why don't we start there then? We got a couple of folks online. We've got you. And if I called someone's name, they're not here right now, don't worry. We'll come back around and if they show up in a little bit and make sure that they have a chance to testify. But I've got Robert Schott, who is here, Brenda Richardson here, Nicole Retland, who's here. So why don't we go ahead and get started there? So I've got Robert Schott, who I think is online.
Perfect. Thank you.
All
Good
right,
morning,
Robert, over to you.
All right, awesome. Good morning, Council Chair Allen, members of the committee and staff. My name is Rob Schott. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Casey Trees. We're an urban forestry nonprofit with the mission to restore, enhance, and protect the tree canopy of our nation's capital. I'd like to start by thanking you, Chair Allen, and the committee for supporting the passage of the Tree Preservation Enhancement Amendment Act of 2025, expected to become law sometime next month, which protects more of our city's special trees, allowing them to become the mature tree canopy for the next generation. This law will increase the special tree inventory by about 40,000 trees, which will increase the scope of work for the Urban Forestry Division and should be considered during future budget cycles. Lastly, and importantly, the amendment reestablishes the tree fund as non-lapsing fund. We hope this legislative fix sticks. In the current budget, the tree fund is listed as a lapsing fund, which will be swept into the general fund at the end of the fiscal year. This undermines the intent of the tree fund and permit fees collected for tree removals, which is to plant and care for newly planted trees in replacement of removed trees. Instead, necessary tree planting dollars may be used for other purposes, exacerbating the net canopy loss in the district. The tree fund is also critical because it supports tree planting on private lands, where our city's urban forestry division cannot work. Private lands are the greatest opportunity and represent the greatest need for tree planting in the district. The tree fund supports the River Smart Homes program, the DC State Nursery, and the Income Contingent Hazardous Tree Removal Program. Casey Trees works in partnership with the city on both River Smart Homes program and hosts the DC State Nursery. Collectively, 1.5 million of those funds helped us plant 7,100 trees across the city. We urge the mayor and council to ensure the integrity of the tree fund as non-lapsing, giving residents confidence that every dollar collected supports a more resilient canopy for the DC's future. We'd also like to recognize our partners at the Urban Forestry Division that work tirelessly to ensure our city is green and growing. The district is facing many challenges in the fiscal year 27 budget and speaks to the significance and competence with which our Urban Forestry Division operates, that their overall level of funding remains slightly above last year. This level of funding and staffing is critical to supporting our city's urban foresters and ensuring our city meets the 40% tree canopy goal by 2032. I'd also like to note the district collects and analyzes data every 5 years to assess the growth or loss of our city's overall tree canopy. This is vital in understanding where the tree canopy stands in the face of significant development pressure. We applaud the city for investing in this analysis, and we look forward to the 2025 canopy analysis release in the coming months. Washington, D.C. has been named the best city in the United States for our city's parks, and this didn't happen overnight. In D.C., parks are an integral part of our history, dating back to the L'Enfant Plan. These green spaces were strategically located in the original layout of the city. Street trees were incorporated as mini parks throughout the city to offer myriad of benefits that we know and appreciate. We have a history of prioritizing trees in our communities across DC, and that requires continued investment and attention, even in challenging years. The investment we make today in our city's tree canopy will compound in future public health, community, and climate resilience benefits far into the future. It is imperative that we prioritize protecting and funding our tree canopy as an integral infrastructure for the benefit of our residents and future generations. Thank you for your time, attention, and the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. All right, next I'll turn to Brenda Richardson, who's also online. And then after that, Ms. Retland will come to you.
Good day, Chairperson Allen. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Brenda Lee Richardson. I am a Ward 8 resident and coordinator of the Anacostia Parks and Community Collaborative, which we call APAC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify about the Department of Transportation under the amazing leadership of Director Kirschbaum. I want to begin my remarks by praising the entire urban forestry team, including Associate Director Earl Eustler and Supervisory Forester Duff McCauley, for their leadership and commitment to growing the tree canopy across our city and especially east of the river. Encouraging more tree plantings in our parks and public housing communities not only creates more inviting spaces that attract birds and other wildlife, but also helps the district achieve its 40% tree canopy goal. The kind of heat we are having now in the district isn't random. It's climate change showing up first and worst in the communities already experiencing the highest levels of pollution and asthma. Did you know urban heat islands can raise temperatures enough to push seniors and other vulnerable residents into heat stress? It is when that extreme heat hits you, you realize things like air conditioning and the cooling shade of trees aren't a luxury, but a necessity. In closing, APAC applauds the district commitment to funding urban forestry while the uncertainty around federal grants continues. We must continue to support climate resiliency to reduce health and environmental risks, especially as extreme heat as extreme weather like flooding and heat waves become more severe and costly. And we must prioritize tree plantings in communities that still lack equitable canopy so everyone may enjoy the same benefits mature trees provide in favored neighborhoods. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Richardson. And next, let me turn now to Ms. Retland.
Good morning, Chairman Allen and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Nicole Retland. I'm a Ward 7 resident of 25 years, a doctoral graduate of Howard University, and president of the DC Go-Go Trails Collective east of the river. It's a community-based initiative working to create safe, interconnected network of land and water trails in Ward 7 and 8, ultimately connecting all residents to parks, nature, and each other. Our vision is a thriving, healthier, and more connected community east of the river. We believe that equitable trail access fosters joy, social connection, improved health outcomes, and community pride. We do this by advancing this work through community walks and connecting with small business. In fact, this past Saturday, we held a walk hosting about 22 residents from wards 1, 3, 5, and 7. We walked along what would be the Shepherd Branch Trail. I should emphasize a portion, 1.3 miles on Saturday. The full trail is to measure 3.1. Currently, DC Go-Go Trails Collective is receiving technical assistance from the National Park Service, Rivers Trails, and Conservation Assistance Program to support these efforts. We also collaborate with the Coalition of Community Organizations and Agencies. You've heard from my colleague today, Brenda Richardson, from the Anacostia Parks and Community Collaborative. We coordinate with Pope Branch Park Restoration Alliance, Fairlawn Citizens Association, DuPont Park Civic Association, as well as WABA. Today, I strongly am urging you to prioritizing the acquisition of the Shepherd Branch Trail. It is currently in the mayor's proposed budget as a new trail in the capital projects budget. What we would like to see is the acquisition of that trail. It's been in the works for 20 years. We would like to see that implemented in terms of the acquisition being prioritized. The trail follows an inactive CSX rail corridor adjacent to I-295 and South Capitol Street near JBAB and Blue Plains, and has the potential to connect surrounding neighborhoods to Anacostia Park and major economic corridors. Currently, CSX is at the table and engaging the community through quarterly meetings where DDOT is represented. These meetings are coordinated by APAC. The trail has the potential to serve people across all ages, abilities, and income levels, supporting daily transportation, physical activity, recreation, and mental well-being. The proposed Shepherd Branch Trail represents an opportunity to transform a historic, discontinued rail corridor into a safe, accessible, and connected commuter and recreation trail. Again, the Shepherd Branch Trail will provide critical east to west connectivity, linking neighborhoods directly to the Anacostia Riverwalk Trail, Anacostia Park, local schools, transit stations, and major commercial corridors, including Minnesota Avenue Southeast, Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast, Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue Southeast, and Marion Barry Avenue Southeast, as well as connecting us to the developing RFK campus. This connectivity supports safe commuting, youth mobility, senior access, and everyday walking and biking, especially for residents without reliable access to vehicles. Moreover, it would support environmental resilience and stormwater management. Currently, my neighbors who live along Fairlawn Avenue experience flooding, and there's flash flooding. Wards 7 and 8 face persistent challenges related to stormwater runoff, flooding, erosion, and water pollution, as well as air quality challenges. Integrating green infrastructure into trail design will reduce runoff and improve water quality entering the Anacostia River. Mitigating localized flooding, especially along Fairlawn Avenue, and strengthening climate resilience in neighborhoods most vulnerable to environmental impacts. Today, I am requesting that we fulfill a vision, a 20-year-old vision, by transforming a dormant rail corridor into a safe, vibrant, and life-enhancing community asset that benefits generations of residents east of the river. Thank you again for your leadership and your commitment to building a healthier, more connected District of Columbia.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Redland. Appreciate it. All right, let me ask a couple of quick questions. I think, let me start, Mr. Schott. Your testimony sounded like you were saying we need to kind of advocate a lot for maintaining budget, not necessarily more budget, although I'm sure you'd never turn down more budget. But I also heard you talk about ensuring the tree fund is non-lapsing. That was one of my big takeaways. That's correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then while I agree with you, just give you a chance. Why is that important? Why do we need to make it non-lapsing and make it clear that the tree fund is non-lapsing?
Sure. Well, I mean, the funds for the tree fund, come in when there's permits and when trees are removed. And the idea is that those funds will then be directly utilized for tree planting, tree maintenance, and increasing the canopy. And, I think it'd just be unfortunate to push those into other buckets when they're, should be designated for tree planting, maintenance, and, the district's canopy and all the benefits that trees provide for all the communities. And, to Brenda's point, specifically east of the river where there's at times, less investment.
Yep, absolutely. Well, I agree with you. I just want to make sure you got that on the record. So thank you. We are also certainly hoping to fund the Tree Preservation Enhancement Amendment Act of 2026 that we had worked on with Casey Trees and DDOT and Urban Forestry. And hopefully that will be important as well. But I hear you on the non-lapsing, and we definitely will make that a priority. To Ms. Richardson, great to see you, and I appreciate your testimony. We'll be following up with DDOT when we get to the and hold the government portion of the hearing. But I believe there's a large capital project for Suitland Parkway in FY29, and didn't know if is that a project, anything you wanted to add about that project, I guess, is what I was going to ask.
Council member, we're just very, very anxious for that to happen. It's been a long time coming, and we'll be happy to see when they can break ground. And also, while I have you, we'd love for you to come to our CSX quarterly meeting when your schedule allows.
Would love that. Absolutely.
Thank you.
If you'll send me a note about when the next ones are coming up, I'll do my best to see which one we can find that works.
Thank you.
And then to Dr. Retland, the Shepherd Branch Trail.
Yes.
That is, it is funded, or we need to ensure there's funding?
We need to ensure that there's funding.
Okay. In other words, it's unclear if it is funded?
It is unclear. So in the budget, when I reviewed it, there's a list of trails, but we don't know how much has been allocated per trail. It just says new,
just kind of a
and then
bucket.
120 million or so allocated for trails.
Got it. Okay. So we need to get more specificity about which trails, as well as a schedule, what year.
Yes, that would be excellent.
Yeah,
Thank you.
not my first time, so I know they can promise a lot of things way out in the capital plan that may or may never actually come to fruition. Okay.
That would be.
And then would the Shepherd Branch Trail connect to any other part of our trail network?
Yeah.
And where would you, if you want to highlight just kind of where those connections would be?
So absolutely. So there, near the Joy Evans Therapeutic Center, there is an access point into Anacostia Park that would connect us to the Anacostia Riverwalk Trail that would give us access to the 20 miles.
Which opens up everything. Yeah.
Everything, right? Opens up everything. And then it would go, the terminus point is South Capitol. So it would connect to the South Capitol Trail.
Okay, perfect. All right, we will make sure we take notes so that as we go into the DDOT government portion, we'll follow up on that to make sure we track down where those are and get more specificity around it overall. And I have a hunch someone from DDOT is listening to the hearing, so they will give the director a heads up that that's what we're going to ask so that they can have that prepared for us.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
So much.
All right, thank you very much, and thanks to everybody on this panel for your testimony. All right, I'm going to go back and call some names that I called on earlier panels just to see if they are here now, and we'll keep moving. I have Chris Weiss, public witness, Mike Litt with Sierra Club DC chapter, who I think is here now, Dolly Davis with Pope Branch Park Restoration Alliance, Frederick Allen, public witness, ANC Commissioner Ashley Ruff, ANC Commissioner Jamila White, is Gabe here?
Gabe is already in the call, actually.
All right, and we got Gabe Klein.
Present.
All right. Laura Miller Brooks with Federal City Council, who is here. Talib Kareem Mohammed with the DC Muslim Chamber of Commerce. I don't think is here. All right, I do know, because I see them over there. I see Colleen Hawkinson with the DC Bid Council, if you want to come up, Ms. Hawkinson. I see Deborah with the Georgetown Bid, if you want to come up, and I see Andrew Huff with Golden Triangle Bid. Since you're all sitting here and I got 3 seats, I'm happy to bring you guys on up right now. All right. I believe this looks like a good panel here. So Mike Litt, we'll turn to you first when you're ready.
Sounds good. Well, good morning, Chair Allen. My name is Mike Litt. I'm a car-free renter in Ward 6 and chair of the Sierra Club DC chapter. I also chair Sustainable Transportation Committee. I'm going to walk through the top lines of many of our recommendations from my more detailed written testimony, starting with Vision Zero and road safety. We support the proposed funding increases for capital bike share, bus priority, trails, and metro. However, we are concerned by the $22.1 million cut to safety and mobility, which supports Vision Zero projects, including bike lanes. After seeing fatalities drop to 25 last year, we are saddened to see that numbers this year have already rebounded to 2024 levels. This is a matter of life and death. We've got to increase, not decrease this investment. There are a number of laws on the books you have led that need full funding for the coming fiscal year. We urge full funding for the STEER Act. We are encouraged to see the Attorney General using it to sue out-of-state repeat offenders. And we have to maintain that and all the tools in the Act to take dangerous drivers off our roads and hold them accountable. We also ask for the continued implementation of the Plaza Act to create car-free pedestrian corridors and the EV charging law to accelerate the installation of more EV charging stations across the district. And finally, please maintain the electric bicycle incentive program. It's a proven popular tool to help residents afford e-bikes with vouchers. Next, I would like to address electrification delays. The Budget Support Act currently proposes a retreat from our climate goals. It suggests delaying the district's transition to zero-emission vehicles by 5 years. We cannot afford this. The American Lung Association once again gave DC an F for ozone levels, delaying the transition of our public buses and large fleets from 2045 to 2050, or pushing back the district's own fleet requirements for purchasing EVs from 2026 to 2031 is a choice to settle for poor air quality. Now onto the RFK Stadium site. We must prioritize transit-oriented design from day one. Metro Rail must be ready to handle more than half of all game day attendees by opening day. Additionally, frequent and electrified transit service to the site must be planned to replace the DC streetcar. We support the funding and accountability necessary to ensure timely completion of the study for a second Metro Rail station and improved Metro bus service to serve the stadium site. Next, it is time to look forward on congestion pricing. After being withheld for years, the 2021 DDOT report was finally released this past March. We urge an immediate update to this study. Charging a fee to enter our most congested zones at peak hours is a triple win. It reduces traffic, slashes pollution, and creates a dedicated revenue stream for Metro, which is constantly fighting budget shortfalls and still, after 50 years, does not have that dedicated long-term source of funding for its operations budget. And finally, protected bike lanes. We've got to address the pace of our infrastructure build out. Last year, DDOT installed less than 4 miles of protected bike lanes against a goal of 10. We've got to resolve that holdup. We urge this committee to fully fund the forthcoming strategic bikeways plan and ensure it is implemented equitably to ensure permanent physical protection for all cyclists across the district. We look forward to continuing to work with you, your staff, and the committee, and all of council to turn these recommendations into action and create a more sustainable transportation future for all residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Litt. Next, let me turn to Gabe Klein. And Gabe, I apologize. I think I'd called you in the last panel, then just completely skipped over you, so I apologize.
No, it's totally fine. Thank you so much, Chairperson Allen, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. And just on a side note, it was so wonderful to hear kids testifying earlier. That is democracy at its best. So thank you for all the work you do. My name is Gabe Klein. I'm a DC resident. I'm also a former director of the District Department of Transportation. And I've worked in my career to help cities to modernize their mobility systems, from right here in DC to Chicago, and then most recently at the federal level. And I'm here today to speak directly to the district's fiscal picture and share my view on the opportunity that a well-implemented curb management system represents. First of all, I think the curb is an undervalued asset. DC's curb space is among the most valuable real estate actually in the entire country. And historically, this asset has been under-monetized, both here in DC and nationally. Every commercial block generates demand from delivery fleets, TNCs, Uber and Lyft, food couriers, and visitors. And we saw this spike during COVID, and it has not gone back down. This is the new normal. And this activity continues to increase exponentially. And now with the entry of autonomous vehicles, robo-taxis, and so forth, DDOT must consider how to monetize its curb space and how to manage it to meet current day demands while also future-proofing. DDOT's already made tremendous strides on this front, implementing performance pricing zones, deploying designated curbside pickup drop-off spaces that are designed to both improve safety, reduce traffic congestion, and manage curb space for ride-sharing, taxis, commercial deliveries. But without appropriate pricing and technology to automate payments, that demand goes under-monetized and ultimately undermines the policy imperatives. Nationally, for loading zones, for instance, we see about 4% compliance with payments before any form of AI and automation. Afterwards, about 94, 95%. So it's a huge difference. Automated curb management really changes that equation entirely. By deploying camera-based systems, usage-based pricing, automated payments, the district can convert a currently under-monetized public asset into a reliable, recurring revenue stream without raising taxes or cutting services. The reality, in my opinion, is that people want to pay for what they use, but we lack a frictionless system in most places to make it simple. So in terms of what other cities are seeing, cities that have embraced automated curb management are seeing first and foremost meaningful behavior change and meeting their policy outcomes, including dramatically reduced double parking, up to 95% reduction, which changes the whole dynamic in terms of throughput, but also the blocking of bike lanes, blocking the box. But as a byproduct, they're also seeing meaningful financial returns, enabling them to reinvest the revenue in programs and interventions that further support their policy goals. So to give the committee a sense of the scale, in Philadelphia, automated curb management and enforcement and smart loading zones will generate over $20 million in new revenue for the city in 2026, with a relatively modest initial implementation. In Pittsburgh, smart loading zones and automated enforcement are generating a 3x return on investment annually, enabling the city to reinvest in key safety programs and all the other impacts I talked about earlier. And these are not projections. These are like audited results. So what does this mean for DC? The district has unique characteristics that make the on-street impact and associated revenue opportunity particularly strong. We have high commercial density, a large and growing delivery ecosystem, the coming arrival of autonomous vehicles, specifically robotaxis, large numbers of vehicles from Maryland and Virginia daily that need to be charged, and a downtown core that's actively working to recover foot traffic and economic activity. While the priority is payment for space, the automated enforcement component also dramatically reduces the cost of compliance and is a proven behavior change tool that aligns with the district's safety and mobility goals. And as an example, data shows 87% of offenders in other cities do not reoffend. So in closing, when I led DDOT many moons ago, we were always looking for ways to make the district's infrastructure work harder, to create more value out of existing assets rather than asking taxpayers for more. What DDOT is working to do now with automated curb management is exactly that type of investment. At a time when the district faces real budget pressures, this is a rare opportunity for a win-win-win, a modernization initiative that improves street operations for all, helps businesses with turnover, and strengthens the revenue base. So I urge the committee to support full funding and implementation. Thank you for your time. Sorry I'm over time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
No problem at all. Thank you very much. All right, next, let me turn to Laura Miller-Brooks.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. My name is Laura Miller-Brooks, and I serve as the Director of Transportation and Infrastructure for the Federal City Council. I'm here today to testify on behalf of Federal City Council's 250 trustees, civic and business leaders who are deeply invested in the long-term success of this city. I want to begin with a hard truth before we talk about our buses, bridges, and roads, and to raise a broader concern the Federal City Council has about fiscal conditions shaping this budget proposal. The district's fiscal situation is not a temporary rough patch. The challenges we face are not cyclical or short-term. They are structural conditions with lasting implications for the district's financial position. In recent years, the district has balanced its budget by drawing down fund balance and enacting tax increases to support new spending. Repeating this approach will only reinforce downward pressures the district faces. The path forward is to make DC a city that works by strengthening core systems, removing barriers to housing and economic activity, delivering services reliably, and building infrastructure that signals to the world that Washington, D.C. is open for business. This is the broader context, which brings me to my comments on DDOT's FY27 budget. On the operating budget, DDOT is being asked to do more with less. The 14.3% reduction in DDOT's operating budget from FY26 to FY27 is significant, and FC2 recognizes that DDOT leadership is making difficult, responsible choices. FC2 supports continued resources for all 6 of DDOT's major divisions, especially transportation planning and the Traffic Safety Administration, because investing in DC's planning today helps our city avoid far more expensive problems tomorrow, and the safety of residents and visitors is priceless. We also support the Chief Advisor for Economic Development, a role created just last year that is already proving its worth, connecting DDOT's role in our economy. We want to see that role protected and for DDOT to have more capacity to focus on the role between transportation, infrastructure, and economic development. Where DDOT simply doesn't have the capacity right now, DC Sustainable Transportation can be a partner. We encourage Council to consider DCST as an entity that's here to help add capacity to DDOT to keep critical analysis moving forward on updated issues such as road pricing, curbside automation, and innovative safety policies, and any questions that we have about new evolving policies so that we can maximize taxpayer ROI and set DDOT up for success. And finally, we urge DDOT and the Council to work together on autonomous vehicle legislation that supports DC to be a leader on new mobility. On the capital budget, DDOT's capital budget has grown 24.7% from FY26, and the Federal City Council believes that growth is justified. These are not just expenditures, they're investments with direct economic returns for every resident in this city. We support $92 million for the Bus Priority and Efficiency Program and the $2 million for a crosstown bus rapid transit system study. But we want to be clear, the crosstown BRT should be ambitious, and we urge DDOT to evaluate full deployment of a crosstown BRT program from Minnesota and Benning Avenue all the way to Georgetown or even Roslyn. We support $202 million for multimodal improvements around the RFK Bridge or campus, including $18 million for RFK Bridge improvements and Benning Road improvements. And we also support DDOT's investment in DC water infrastructure. But one item that is not in the 27 capital budget that the Federal City Council cares deeply about is DDOT's commitment to the H Street Bridge reconstruction. This project is a catalytic investment and directly unlocks the Union Station expansion project. It's a key that opens a much larger door, and we ask the council to treat it that way. I want to close by thanking Director Sharon Kirschbaum, Chief Project Delivery Officer at DDOT, and the entire DDOT leadership team. They're being asked to build the city's infrastructure under real constraints, and they're doing it with real purpose. The Federal City Council stands ready to support, and we urge council to do the same. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Next, we turn to Colleen Hawkinson. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Colleen Hawkinson, and I'm the Executive Director of the DC Bid Council. For 30 years, bids have provided core services in the mixed-use neighborhoods they serve. Many of these services align with those provided by the District Department of Transportation, such as maintaining a clean and safe public realm and supporting innovative solutions for the efficient movement of goods and people. Bids often carry out long-term maintenance of public infrastructure projects that are constructed by DDOT. The bids and DDOT continue to enjoy a productive partnership that directly benefits residents, visitors, and workers in DC. Today, I want to take the opportunity to focus on two specific programs. The first, which is the Reimbursable Management Agreement. This is a prime example of the effective outcome-based partnership that bids and DDOT have together. The program allows for each bid to enter into an agreement and provide services on behalf of DDOT that benefit the community. One really good example of this is Georgetown's brick replacement program. Through the RMAs, Georgetown bid is authorized by DDOT to maintain, repair, and replace bricks in the public space. The Georgetown bid has the capacity to fix displaced, missing, and broken bricks within 24 hours of notification. This quick, cost-effective turnaround helps to keep sidewalks in Georgetown safe and accessible and allows DDOT to focus efforts on other maintenance projects in other areas. This is just one example of how the RMAs are effectively used. The bids believe that the RMA program can and should be expanded to cover additional services. Currently, the list of DDOT-approved services is very limited. The bids have the capability and the resources to expand what they are able to do in partnership with DDOT. Second, historically, funding for this program has been limited to $250,000 for a single year divided among all the bids, which today we are at 13 bids. The legislation allows for $250,000 per bid. So we are asking for the what is allowed for in the legislation to move forward. This is an efficiency project that, again, helps DDOT to focus on other areas and allows the bids to use their flexibility and complete projects on time and under budget. So we strongly urge the RMA program to include the $250,000 per bid and expand the scope of services that bids are allowed to do. A second area that I really wanted to focus on today is snow removal. Among the many activities that the clean teams, important part of the bids, undertake is preparation for snow and the removal of snow during storms. Prior to any storms, the clean teams from all bids pre-ice sidewalks, crosswalks, and areas around bus stops. The teams are out in the elements during all types of weather, including the snow, to ensure that the public space is accessible and safe, and that people can get back to their homes, offices, and daily activities as quickly as possible. Because of the immediate response during the storms that clean teams are known for, bids now receive requests from neighbors to help for additional clearing of public spaces. Not only the sidewalks, but requests have been coming in for alleys and bike lanes. The bids help where they can. And the bids continue to work closely with both DDOT and DPW in Understorm to coordinate these efforts. And expanded services and supplemental funding from DDOT and/or DPW for snow removal would be a more efficient way of removing snow as quickly as possible. The RMAs and snow removals are just two simple but important examples of services that bids partner with DDOT on. We look forward to advancing additional fundamental services, our partnership with DDOT, and serving the neighborhoods where bids exist. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Deborah Billick with the Georgetown bid.
Good morning, Chair Allen. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify with many of my colleagues today. As you know, my name is Deb Curson-Billick, and I'm the CEO of the Georgetown bid. Our mission is to keep Georgetown clean, safe, accessible, and economically strong. And as a result of our work and the work of many others, Georgetown is the most visited neighborhood in DC, with more than 13 million visitors last year alone. But Georgetown can sometimes feel separated from the rest of the district. It is the bid's goal to both strengthen access and connectivity between Georgetown and the rest of DC, and to create greater circulation within Georgetown. These two goals form the foundation of my testimony to you today. Public transit access to Georgetown is extremely limited. Since the termination of the circulator program, Metrobus is the only remaining option that provides access, and existing bus service cannot support the growing numbers of visitors, residents, and employees, particularly given that the number of bus stops servicing the commercial area of Georgetown was reduced with the rollout of the Better Bus Network this year. The bid is encouraged to see $92 million in the mayor's budget designated for the Bus Priority and Efficiency Program, as we heard earlier, with an additional $2 million to study a crosstown rapid bus transit service. We urge DDOT to evaluate the full deployment of this crosstown BRT program from Minnesota Avenue and Benning Road all the way to Georgetown, rather than focusing solely on the Union Station to RFK segment. Doing so ensures actual crosstown service, allowing for greater east-west connectivity throughout the entire city. We are also supportive of the Wisconsin Avenue Bus Priority Lane Study, which is a critical project because it will evaluate safer and more efficient use of the roadway for all modes of transportation on a major north-south arterial. GBID has already invested heavily in engineering, showing the feasibility of curb extensions and alternative lane alignments that correspond to the study's scope. And so it is in our shared interest to ensure that this study and implementation remain fully funded. Micromobility also matters for Georgetown, and the bid would like to remain a partner with DDOT to evaluate and improve capital bike share stations, including exploring public-private partnerships for scooter and micromobility docks and corrals, and continuing to test micromobility parking enforcement. We ask for your continued support and investment in the expansion of the capital bike share program and the use of micromobility vehicles, and of course, funding for in-street corrals as well. Most notably, we are grateful for our partnership with DDOT that allows the bid to provide an extension of city services through the RMA that you just heard about a moment ago. Just to provide some color, since 2016, this agreement has enabled the Georgetown bid to install or repair more than 250 bike racks and replace or reset more than 20,000 bricks on city sidewalks, which helps when people potentially can avoid tripping hazards. It's important. And still, there are challenges with the RMA program. It is administratively burdensome, underfunded, and constrained to specific criteria that limits the impact that the bid can have on the neighborhood. Expanding the RMA funding and flexibility would enable the bid to expand our scope of street services and potentially conduct them beyond our boundaries and in the neighborhood, which could be particularly helpful in times where a quick response is needed, such as the recent Snowcrete snowstorm. We invite a conversation with you about this to evolve this policy and hope that this year's budget cycle might be the opportunity to make interim steps toward doing so. We are pleased that ANC2E supports this approach, and we stand ready to work with city agencies and your office on productive next steps. Finally, we encourage the committee to ensure that there are adequate resources for DDOT staff to quickly process and review administrative and permitting requests. With this investment, all contractors through this program can efficiently keep the city safe, clean, and accessible. We thank you for championing this work, for your continued support, and for your consideration.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Huff.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen and committee staff. My name is Andrew Huff. I'm the Associate Director of Member and Government Relations at the Golden Triangle Business Improvement District. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the FY27 budget for DDOT this morning on behalf of our President and CEO, Leona Agaridas. The Golden Triangle neighborhood is fast evolving from a traditional daytime office district into a vibrant mixed-use community. The area south of DuPont Circle is emerging as a residential and hospitality node, featuring 326 residential units currently under construction and a recently opened 73-key hotel. Throughout the neighborhood, the Golden Triangle is expecting nearly 1,500 new residents and 353 new hotel rooms by spring of 2028. With the influx of new residents, this area has an increasing need for programmable public spaces for residents to gather. Although DuPont Circle and Longfellow Park are nearby, ownership by the National Park Service drastically limits programming and events in these spaces. Building on the momentum of the ongoing Connecticut Avenue deck-over project north of DuPont Circle, the Golden Triangle bid has previously discussed with the district a targeted investment into the design and construction of the DuPont South Overlook Plaza, located in the slip lane at the intersection of Connecticut Avenue and the south side of DuPont Circle. This project would incorporate design elements of the deck-over project, creating a complementary streetscape on both sides of DuPont Circle. In 2022, DDOT closed this slip lane, and the bid added jersey barriers, simple furniture, plants, public art, and paint to create a temporary proof of concept plaza. This pilot project demonstrated viability for a community gathering space at all hours of the day. However, the temporary plaza has uneven surfaces, features an unsightly jersey barrier perimeter, and lacks unified seating. The construction of a permanent DuPont South Overlook Plaza presents opportunities for upgrading the area into comfortable, programmable gathering space. This revamped plaza would include a uniform height surface, additional planting areas around the perimeter, power for lighting and programming, space for public art, and terrace seating with an elevated perspective overlooking DuPont Circle and Connecticut Avenue. The Golden Triangle bid, which has over 2 decades of experience creating lively, safe, and clean urban spaces, would oversee the programming of the plaza to establish an active gathering space for residents, a place of respite for nearby diners and shoppers, and a welcoming gateway to the rapidly growing residential and hospitality nodes south of DuPont Circle. The bid has been in discussion on this project for several months with district officials and is hoping this committee will include funding for it in the out years of the district's capital budget. We estimate a total budget cost of $1.9 million, assuming maintenance of the existing curb lines and no green infrastructure requirements due to the small project area. Programmable meeting and gathering spaces remain essential to revitalizing our neighborhood, attracting new businesses, and supporting the city's broader economic recovery. We look forward to working with you to ensure the continued progress of the Golden Triangle in downtown DC, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you all very much for your testimony. Let me run through a few questions I have. To Mr. Litt online, you always use your 5 minutes so efficiently. You've talked through so many projects. Thank you very much. The one I did want to ask for a little clarification around was what your specific recommendation was on the congestion pricing study. I think I heard your recommendation was that the council, the committee should update the congestion pricing studies, I think is the way you phrased that. Could you just elaborate a little bit more about what you're recommending or what you're asking for the council to fund or look at doing?
Sure thing. So for this, I would actually like to defer to my colleagues over at the DC Transportation Equity Network, of which the Sierra Club DC chapter is a member. I know that their testimony goes into more specifics about updating the study.
Got it. All right. Well, I know they are testifying a little bit later, so we'll make sure I will ask them that question then. So thank you.
Good.
To Mr. Klein, I appreciated your testimony. There was a figure you cited that it was jaw-dropping, and I want to make sure that I heard it correctly. And that was that with the implementation of automated curbside management, compliance with parking and parking rules increased from 4% to 95%. Did I hear that correct?
Yeah, so that's a national, there's two different figures. That's a national figure. So about 4% of drivers comply with payments for loading zones if there's no way to pay that's automated. When you put in an automated system, it goes immediately. The number I remember is 94%. There's another number, which is reduced congestion and double parking, which reduced in Pittsburgh on their major corridor by 95%, which is obviously a complete game changer when it comes to moving vehicles in an organized fashion, particularly at rush hour. So it reduces emissions, congestion, so on and so forth. They are staggering numbers, but when you think about the fact that before there's no camera, and then after there's a camera, it just changes behavior dramatically because they know that there's going to be enforcement if they don't pay.
Right. And obviously, changing parking rules is one of the more non-controversial things that you can do in government.
Yes.
So to re-emphasize this, though, what does this mean for local businesses, for example? I mean, one of the arguments you always hear is, but wait, I need to be able to stop at that local business. I don't want to hurt that local business. I got to throw the hazards on and double park. The experience with better curbside management, managing that parking, is that I have more parking availability for those trips that I'm making by car to support those businesses, correct? That's backed up by the data?
That is absolutely true. And in the case of like loading zones in Philadelphia, they saw an 82% increase in commercial vehicles using loading zones because they weren't blocked by anybody just throwing in their hazards and sitting in that zone. So it's incredibly important for turnover for the businesses, but also reduces double parking, congestion, and safety risks as well.
Excellent. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I look forward to continue to partner with you on this. Let me turn to Laura Miller Brooks. I never want to minimize the impact to an agency cut, especially one that I oversee. So we're going to be digging in on the DDOT budget. I will say that at least as of right now, the DDOT director has kind of framed that the reduction that we're seeing in operating costs is mostly associated with the funding that had previously been associated with the DC streetcar operations. And since they terminated that operation earlier than they had planned last year, that's what that reduction represents the most of. We're still going to obviously dig through, but I take your point about trying to do more with less or even doing the same with substantially less. I am disappointed and frustrated with any loss of funding for the H Street Bridge. I appreciate you, Federal City Council has been a really strong partner in advocating and pushing for a just must-have to be able to unlock what can happen at that site, which I think is transformative for our city, not just because it's a bridge, but what it represents of really the redevelopment of Union Station and that area to the north. If we want to be ambitious and build housing and jobs and transportation, we're talking about something that is akin to a regional airport. That many people move through Union Station. So really appreciate your advocacy and push on that. I guess I don't think I had any questions necessarily. I just really
Thank
like
you for your leadership on those issues. Yes, really appreciate you, council member.
To Ms. Hawkinson, RMAs, reimbursable management agreements. I think, well, no, this is my tie-in to Laura's. Laura mentioned we need to be cognizant of overall economic conditions, right? That we are in a challenging economy. The destruction and devastation that the Trump administration has caused on not just DC's economy, but our regional economy is significant. So government's got to think about every way to try to be as efficient as possible and use that dollar to go as far as possible. I frankly see RMAs as one of the ways to be more efficient. I feel like what we've seen, like legislatively, with the authority to do up to $250,000 per bid. What DDOT's choice is just do one $250,000, and then you're just having to sprinkle that across bids, which means we're much less efficient with what we can do. But the experiences I have seen with our RMAs, be it a brick on a sidewalk, be it a a bike rack replacement, the other things. Those are things that take DDOT a very long time to get done. And we're not talking like they'll get to it next week. Like it's months,
Yeah.
months to replace a brick, one brick. So I think this is actually part of my argument around this is that this is actually us just being more efficient with your public tax dollar. And it's a great partnership with our bids who are on the ground able to do it. So we have an agency, an entity that has capacity, and an agency that can put the resources where we can get some really good return on that investment, and frankly, just be much more efficient with your tax dollars as we can. Is the way it's working right now with the 250, is it split evenly between the bids? Like, are we seeing like each bid gets $19,000, or is it just we kind of sprinkle it across like who has capacity or who gets to it first? Like, how's that working?
That's a really good question. And it's split, it's not split evenly, but it is split based on the requests that the bids provide to DDOT, knowing what the issues are on the ground. But then it gets a little bit murky into how that approval on DDOT side gets done.
Okay. I'll kind of bring in Ms. Billick on this then. So do you start your year knowing and able to count on and say, okay, I know I'm going to be able to count on, because you got to do a budget every year. This is how much I'll be able to get back from DDOT with an RMA. Is it kind of an unknown that you just kind of feel out as you go through the year? Like what type of certainty do you have about it?
I would say the best answer to that is a yes and answer. So looking back on my 1 year of tenure, we set our budget last year prior to knowing what the RMA disbursement would be funded at. We guesstimated based on previous years. We were a little bit off. We estimated more than we received by a little bit. One thing that was a little bit surprising, though, that I'd mention that's worth noting is this past year, we were surprised to find that there were different insurance requirements for the administration of the RMA. And so what that meant for the bid is, in addition to having just a little bit less funding than we were expecting, our costs associated with engaging in the program increased, which means that ultimately it's harder and harder to make sure that we are managing our resources as best as possible. And I think to your question around what we can estimate, our hope would be to estimate that we can have as much funding as possible to accomplish the work that we want to accomplish. Ultimately, though, we are able to finish the work for that distribution before the end of the fiscal year. So there's more work we could be doing if we had the funding available to us.
Is it, I don't want to put you on the spot too much here, so if you don't want to answer, that's okay.
It's okay.
But I know that in some spaces we have organizations that actually partner with other bids. I'm thinking, for example, our Clean and Safe team with Ready, Willing, and Working, or other ideas like that. Georgetown bid seems to have developed a bit of an expertise with the bricks in the sidewalk, for example. Is that type of work that you're doing scalable? And what I mean by that is if we had additional resources, or for the bids that do have brick sidewalks, not every bid does, but is that the type of thing that you would be able to invest in training and workforce to be able to scale up, where you're also creating perhaps sustaining a couple more jobs, but also you now have kind of developed a bit of a niche that other bids are able to then partner with the expertise you're building?
So Chair Allen, you've named it exactly. And that's not only a vision that I have, but it's something my board has charged me to do as the new CEO of the bid. We've hired a brick mason. He is someone who is so skilled. He was taught by his father. There is more work than can be done throughout the city, but ultimately we're constrained as to where he can work. So we have had opportunities to partner with other bids to use the reimbursable maintenance or management agreement to fix bricks in other geographies that are bid specific where there are bricks. But to the extent that we could expand, we are ready. We want to your point around job training and development, this is a great opportunity to do so, and we would love to be able to.
Yeah. I know that in previous conversations with the Department of Transportation, they have not wanted to expand the scope of where the bid could work. So we're saying, you could do it on the commercial corridor, for example, but one block up, all of a sudden it's off limits to you. It's got to be done by DDOT. Now it's going to take about 18 months to get that brick repaired, perhaps, but that I struggle with the logic of that one. I understand that they necessarily don't want to have you just doing bricks for the whole city, but it feels like there's got to be some common ground that we can find of a a block off, 2 blocks off. And then there's some efficiencies gained with that because the commercial corridor itself, something we want, high pedestrian use. We want to see a lot of people walking in our commercial corridors. And by its nature, that means they're probably walking a block or so off as well. And so we want to ensure that in these places with high foot traffic demand and impact, I want it on every block. I mean, we heard Commissioner Patel, who was testifying earlier, talking about how she, still has chips of bones floating around her elbow from falling on a sidewalk. We have to maintain them. I don't know why we wouldn't want to embrace that and work with the bid and others to do more. And frankly, I think we'd be more efficient with it.
I mean, we share that vision with you. Thank you for naming that out loud. And I think it's worth noting that ANC2E also supports the idea of having the ability to have bids manage such work on residential streets. We would like to try. We're constrained by the way the RMA reads right now, which is why we're open to evolving the program. And thank you for your leadership there.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then to Mr. Huff, Golden Triangle bid is interesting because traditionally, not necessarily a big residential area, but as we are really trying to create a different downtown experience, as you noted, more and more residential. What are some of the things that the Golden Triangle bid has learned from working with some of your colleague bids that have that kind of mix of residential, office, commercial, park space? What are some of the things that have helped inform the way you're looking at the growth for the next 5 years of the Golden Triangle bid?
Yeah, mainly the fact that we've been so limited basically to the hours of 9 to 5 in terms of what we're able to offer the community. Other bids, I mean, downtown bid, which is just right on the other side of 16th Street, they're programming at nights, on weekends, et cetera. We've dipped our toe into that a little bit with with limited success so far. I think it might just be a little bit early, but we do know that they are coming. We've got lots of projects currently under construction and several others in the pipeline. So we're kind of looking at everything we do through the lens of the fact that we will soon be a residential neighborhood.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we need more of is gathering spaces. We work really closely with NPS like all the bids do. We have a great relationship, but as you know, there's a lot of rules.
Yeah.
You know, the little triangle park on the corner is regulated just like the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
And it makes it difficult.
I had a conversation with the National Park Service not too long ago. They said, we have all these pocket parks. I was like, just give them to us. Just give them to us. Because why would I treat that little tiny space with the same thing like the Grand Canyon? Good point. Well, I appreciate it. I could definitely tell in your testimony as you talked about those public spaces, those gathering spaces, that those sounds like a very key lesson from working with your colleagues. And I want to support that as much as I can because I think those are really important ways that we grow, not just the Golden Triangle, but it's how we grow our city. We make it an attractive place to want to live, play, work, everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you all for your testimony and for your recommendations. I appreciate it. All right. I'm going to call our next panel. All right. We had called some names previously. I'm going to kind of work my way through folks to make sure we have an opportunity to see if they have joined us now. I believe I've got Chris Weiss, Dolly Davis with the Pope Branch Park Restoration Alliance, ANC Commissioner Ashley Ruff from 7F02, ANC Commissioner Jamila White with 8A05, Talib Kareem Muhammad with the DC Muslim Chamber of Commerce, who's online, Maura Brophy with the NOMA bid, who's here in person, Bill McLeod with the DuPont Circle bid. Is he online? Yep, okay, all right, joining us online. I have Hua Ping Zhu, public witness. Eddie Camacho, public witness. And Jeff Coles, public witness. All right, I think between folks that are on Zoom and Ms. Brophy, who's here in person. We've got a full panel. So let me go back and see where we were in terms of our order. Okay. All right. So ANC Commissioner Ashley Ruff is here. So Commissioner Ruff, why don't we turn to you to kick us off?
Good morning, Chairman. How are you all, and how's the rest of council this morning? I had originally written down my thoughts, but I just want to speak from the heart today because I sat back and I listened to the last panel, and I know I'm probably going to take some heat for the word that I'm using, but it sounds like privilege. And when I say that, I don't say that in a rude or nasty way. I say that respectfully. The reason why I say privilege is because everything that everyone has been asking for, we've been asking for just minimal of that east of the river. And we can't even get those things. And then here now we have a decrease in funding for transportation. We lost the streetcar, which we never got the expansion on to Minnesota Avenue for, even though the ANC approved it and other people approved it. But we never saw that. We saw that money being allocated to the K Street expansion, all of those things. We still have cracked sidewalks. If you come down off of Ridge Road in East Capitol, that whole sidewalk on the right-hand side is messed up. We don't even have access for our seniors to come down in their wheelchairs. All they can do is come out of their senior buildings and sit right there in the front. We have dead trees that DDOT was supposed to partner with another agency and have those fixed in front of the McDonald's on Minnesota. It's been over 3 years. I think the wall in front of McDonald's has been knocked down for getting ready to go on 3 years. And those trees still have not been repaired. 2 of them are sick. It's a gate still around one of them. And I'm listening to everyone ask for money, 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 money. But here it is, east of the river hasn't even got half of the money that the other wards have gotten, specifically speaking about Georgetown, which is accessible. But here it is, we have the better bus thing going on here. And it's a long ride for people to get to work, even for me. I'm not driving anymore. My car was stolen. And I actually like, taking transportation. I don't want to have to use a car again if I don't have to. But transportation is not accessible east of the river. I have to wait long times for buses, or I have to take long walks to get to Metro. It's to the point now that I walk halfway through the city just to make my meetings. My child is taking Metro right now, which means he's coming across all different types of paths of people. We need bus shelters. Here it is, Randy Clark is his name for WMATA. You're getting all of these monies from us, millions and billions of dollars, even on the contract for RFK. You want to do an expansion on the stadiums, on the metro centers, but we can't even get simple bus shelters. And you're telling me that, oh, you're only going to have them outside, or you're only contracted to have them outside of the metro centers. But I got seniors that ride your buses every day that are paying to ride the bus, and the bus should be free. Now, that was my gripe. And then just to hear other people again being so privileged that here it is again, we're not even afforded those privileges. So my thing that I was thinking about in my head is, can we get some of that money from these other wards that have already been receiving these funds east of the river? Because everybody comes through east of the river to get where you got to go, whether you're going home, whether you're going to work, whether you're shopping at certain amenities down there, including in Ward 6 where you are, because you and I are nothing but 5 minutes away. But everyone has these privileges. And shout out to Dr. Rutland asking for the money for the park. Our kids ride bikes too. We want bike lanes too. We just want input with DDOT. So when everyone is getting this money, my same thing every year when I testify, don't forget about east of the river. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruff. Next, let me turn to Talib Kareem Muhammad. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Talib Kareem Muhammad. I'm an engineer, an attorney, the CEO of a tech platform called Abe Legal that makes connecting and scheduling appointments with seasoned legal professionals as easy as getting a ride share or vehicle through a rideshare app. I also served for the last decade as the executive director of a nonprofit organization, STEM for Us, which connects and creates mentoring relationships between our youth and seasoned professionals, particularly in the science, technology, engineering, and math fields. I've served as a counsel to the DC Council and as the chief of staff for the district's largest agency under the Gray administration. I'm also the founder of the newly created DC Muslim Business Chamber of Commerce, which represents over 110,000 Muslim consumers and hundreds of businesses that serve consumers both in DC, Maryland, and Virginia. Finally, with the help of the Almighty, on November 3rd, I will be the next mayor of Washington, D.C. So I'm also testifying today as a proud member of the DC Safe Streets Coalition. I'm here to speak for the majority, the residents, that is, who actually live, work, and drive in the district, particularly those east of the river, who are currently being ignored and penalized by the Department of Transportation and the Department of Energy and Environment. Here's the problem. We have a war on residents. First, we must address the failures of DDOT. DC has become a playground for the wealthy, elite, and well-connected. DDOT is systemically removing critical traffic lanes and resident parking to install protected bike lanes that sit empty for hours. Just last night, I drove to a local Islamic center on Georgia Avenue, only to find that the parking spaces that our seniors rely upon to visit their places of worship and others have been replaced by plant boxes and invisible white cones to protect unused bike lanes. Furthermore, the disastrous snow removal this past winter proved that DDOT is failing our neighborhoods. Our seniors and disabled residents were trapped in their homes. Instead of taking responsibility for the sidewalks and the streets that the government actually owns, the district shifted the burden and threatened heavy fines onto residents and small business owners. In your own ward, Chairman, I had a conversation with Kamal from Ben's Chili Bowl, who worked diligently to shovel their own snow, but was deeply concerned about smaller retail outlets who could not afford to hire the extra labor, which was also very difficult to find, in order to avoid the punitive fines that the mayor threatened. Secondly, our regulatory agencies are actively crushing entrepreneurs they claim to want to support. I am entering for the public record the case of brother Khalid Hassan and his business 3923 LLC. Hassan invested his hard-earned savings to revitalize a commercial property on 12th Street Northeast. He discovered historical dry cleaning contamination on the site. Operating in good faith, he voluntarily disclosed this to DOEE. How was he rewarded? DOEE is now attempting to force him to bear up to $1 million. $1 million in cleanup costs for a decade-old mess that he did not create. This isn't environmental justice. This is regulatory extortion. Under the Mohammed administration, the era of government working against the people is going to end. Under a Mohammed administration, we will overhaul these agencies with clear resident-first mandates with a specific focus on equity for Wards 7 and 8. For the Department of Transportation, we will repurpose streetcars and make them available instead of scrapping them for Wards 7 and 8 residents, throwing away millions of taxpayer dollars on a failed limited streetcar project. Second of all, we will restore access and parking and create parking garages. We will stop punishing drivers. We will restore vehicular access to our streets and construct dedicated parking garages in our major commercial corridors like Georgetown. Second of all, we will lead a snow removal that is second to none. We as the government will own the streets and sidewalks, not just both in our paper, but also in our talk. We will guarantee immediate snow removal, especially for our residents who are the most vulnerable. And we will stop issuing punitive fines to taxpayers and small businesses for the government's shortcomings. Smart infrastructure and tech accountability. We will install smart traffic lighting to keep our commutes moving safely. We will also require all e-bike and scooter companies to register vehicles, mandate helmets, cap speeds at 15 miles an hour, and keep our sidewalks clear, and they will be, or else they'll be barred from operating. We will make sure that our transportation system provides for equal food equity. It is unacceptable that Ward 3 has an abundance of groceries, but yet in Ward 7 and 8, we suffer food deserts, mainly and partially due to the uneven allocation of the transportation infrastructure.
Mr. Muhammad, we're about a minute over, so I'm going to ask you to please wrap up, please.
Absolutely. On behalf of the chamber, we demand a DOE to immediately grant Austin College hardship relief. And on behalf of all of the people of the District of Columbia, we urge our DDOT and DOE to return to the time of Marion Barry, where the agencies were serving the people, not harming the people. And prayerfully, after November 3rd, that's exactly what you'll get under the Mohammed administration. Thank you, and I'm here for questions.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Next, let me turn to Maura Brophy with the NOMA bid. While I do that, Hua Ping, we've sent a couple of requests to promote you onto the panel, so we just need you to accept that, and that way it'll put you onto the panel, and then we'll be able to hear your testimony in just a little bit. But let me turn back to Ms. Brophy.
Thank you. Good morning, Councilmember Allen and staff. As you know, I'm Maura Brophy. I'm the president and CEO of the NOMA Business Improvement District. And I'm here today to testify in enthusiastic support of the mayor's inclusion of $50 million across fiscal years 27 and 28 for the construction of the 3rd Street Metro entrance in NOMA. I've been advocating for this project since 2021, and I can tell you with confidence that the need for this project has never been clearer. It's hard to imagine now because there's so much commercial development in NOMA, but once upon a time that was not the case. And many people thought that when the station was proposed, it was an absolute crazy idea. WMATA defended the project with projections saying that one day 10,000 people would eventually pass through the station on a daily basis. Last year, we hit 30K in one day. In fact, we saw that level of ridership 13 times in 2025. And so far, in the first 4 months of 2026 alone, we've hit 30,000 ridership 11 times. We're thrilled but not surprised. Due in large part to the station itself, NOMA has become a destination neighborhood in DC. The problem is that WMATA designed a station that was intended to serve 10,000 daily passengers. Now that the station is seeing more than triple the amount of anticipated ridership and still growing, the fact of the matter is that the station is simply not keeping up with demand. Thankfully, the new entrance on 3rd Street will help to solve this capacity issue. The NOMA bid has worked diligently with local stakeholders, DDOT, and elected leaders like yourself over the last several years to address these challenges and develop plans for the pedestrian tunnel that we are exceedingly eager to see to fruition. We have also garnered support from the surrounding communities in wards 5 and 6, as well as the immediately affected advisory neighborhood commissions, ANC 5D and 6C, which have previously passed resolutions endorsing the project. We are extremely grateful that this funding has been included in the mayor's proposed budget, and we understand and appreciate the increased challenge of managing this year's budget. But we urge the council not only to maintain this funding, but to keep it as proposed at $5 million in FY27 and $45 million in FY28. The project has been in development for several years and will ensure that we leverage an existing public asset to advance the district's Vision Zero goals, expand our transportation network, and foster continued economic growth and development in the NOMA neighborhood. The ability to maintain mixed-use, transit-oriented neighborhoods throughout the city is key in the overall resiliency of the district for the coming years, and the construction of the 3rd Street Metro entrance will contribute significantly to the district's ability to do so. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to, I believe we've got Bill McLeod next.
Good morning, Councilmember Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. My name is Bill McLeod, and I'm the Executive Director of the DuPont Circle Business Improvement District. Our small bid includes 22 face blocks and 240 retail businesses along P Street, Massachusetts Avenue, and Connecticut Avenue. DuPont Circle is in the midst of a streetscape project encompassing 5 blocks and a new cap park. The project has been very difficult for businesses who are recovering from COVID and the new spending habits by the public. As you know, the business environment is terrible. Between the government shutdown, freezing cold winter, snowstorm, and the streetscape construction, sales are way down. The streetscape project has been underway for 10 months and 12 more months of construction remain. I'm here today to ask for grant money to assist small business owners survive construction. This project is all-consuming, sometimes 6 days a week, with jackhammering, utility upgrades, and sidewalk replacement. The streetscape project will be transformative with the new sidewalks in Cap Park, but we need more financial assistance to small businesses. We are asking the DC government for $2 million for grant money to assist DuPont merchants on Connecticut Avenue to survive construction. With your support, the majority of our small businesses will survive. I want to thank you for listening to me today and for your support of small businesses in Ward 2. And thank you again for your time. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. McLeod. Next, let me turn to Jeff Coles, and after that, Hua Ping.
Hello, and thank you for your time. Dear Chairperson and members of the committee, my name is Jeff Coles, and I'm the owner of the Golden Age, a cocktail bar located in DuPont Circle for the past 3 years. Our small business employs 15 people, the majority of whom live in the district. And our diverse staff includes at-risk individuals, including returning citizens who have paid their debt to society and are seeking to re-enter society. One such employee has already become homeless, living out of his vehicle due to the reduction in hours necessitated by the massive reduction in business due to the persistent access issues associated with the streetscape project. We've always been happy to donate to various charities and nonprofits in the neighborhood as we seek to integrate ourselves into the fabric and culture of DuPont Circle. I've been in DuPont Circle since 2005. I moved here from New Orleans, and I worked for 7 years in the Universal South Building at the Academy for Educational Development. During that time, I've seen the neighborhood grow and change for 20 plus years, and I'm devastated to see the ravages of pandemic-era impacts on the business community here. I was deeply honored and grateful for the opportunity to be part of revitalizing DuPont Circle by opening a small cocktail bar that is popular and well-reviewed. We've seen 3 years of consistent growth, even while navigating economic headwinds. But the current construction situation has led to a catastrophic drop in revenue and guest traffic. Guests simply cannot access my business by rideshare due to the Jersey barrier that extends for over 100 meters, blocking the entirety of the block. And it's scheduled to stay up through July. Everyone keeps talking about the sidewalk being almost done, but then they're going to start on the bike lanes. That means I can't sell food to go. I can't have guests get dropped off by car. I can't have guests leave by rideshare. The foot traffic is completely fallen off a cliff. My revenue is down 42% since the start of construction. My guest count is down 61.6%. This is directly related to the construction project and a management ethos that seems indifferent to the prolonged impact this project is causing. For purposes of comparison, in March of 2025, we had approximately $123,000 in net sales. Based on year-over-year growth trends, we anticipated doing between $120,000 and $130,000 in March of 2026. Instead, we did $68,000. This is not sustainable, and the sharp drop in revenue exactly corresponds with the start of construction on our block. We've reduced staffed hours, we've reduced operating hours, we've cut our menu, we've taken on high-interest loans in an attempt to stay afloat. I'm now leveraged to the hilt, and there's no end in sight. Even with a $1 million fund, as originally asked, there will not be anywhere near enough money to mitigate the financial damage caused by the impact to local businesses. My impact alone is over $50,000 a month, and if this continues through July, as DDOT has indicated it will, then the impact will exceed $250,000 for my business alone. The first fund of $1 million was distributed to 57 applicants for an average award of $17,500. Strangely, no mitigating fund is even remotely corresponded with the timing of the impact. The money was distributed before the impact, and apparently there may be some money distributed afterwards. The current situation feels as if no one in the city cares about the impact this is having on businesses. I have a petition signed by 14 of the business owners on our block requesting someone do something. I understand there are budgetary constraints, but then why not postpone the project until the city can afford to handle the true economic cost of construction? I urge the council to support the DuPont Circle's bid to request an additional $2 million to assist small businesses like ours on Connecticut Avenue so that we can keep our doors open, survive construction, and continue to serve our customers. I further urge the council to approve even more funding so that support can closely align with the real effects of the construction project. I also urge the council to explore options like small business loans or other mitigating and helpful impacts that they can provide to the business community. Thank you for your time and your leadership on this issue, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coles. And then next, let me turn to Hua Ping.
Hi, hi, dear chairperson and member of the community. My name is Hua Ping Xu. I'm the owner of the DuPont Nash and Brow Bar. We located DuPont Circle for past 4 years. We are more like retail services for the neighborhood. Since the Connecticut Avenue street construction has directly impacted our business by significantly reduced working in 20 to 30% decrease. And also for the past this couple months, our clients, it's hard to park in our neighborhood. And also it's harder to get our door, so that impact their schedule. Also make the schedule is harder to management, and also because the back of the noise and the inconvenience, this really do impact our specific the business as well. Sorry, English is my second language. Anyways, we know this project will bring us the great of the future and then more easy for this neighborhood. Anyhow, for the construction continue, it does impact our specific the small business, especially for nowadays the economic kind of a reflation. I think I really urge the council to support the DuPont Circle bids, to giving those $2 million for the grant to assist our small business, even if not enough, but we hope this is the more good way to support for us together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, I don't think I have anybody else on this panel. So again, everybody, appreciate your testimony. So let me turn to a couple of questions here. To Ms. Brophy, I am very excited to have the funding in for this entrance at the NOMA station. It was in, then it was out, then it was in, then it was out, then we had to put it back in. So it's in. Do you feel like you've been on this roller coaster for a little bit? What feels different this year than maybe past years around your certainty this is finally moving forward?
To your point, there has been a lot of uncertainty in past years about the availability of this funding. We were thrilled to see the mayor put it in her budget for the first time last budget cycle, and we're thrilled to see it in the budget again this year. I think that there's been a lot of momentum building for support behind the project. I also think that it's so clear today that the station needs more capacity. When the station opened, it was the 84th busiest in the system. Today it's number 6. We're no longer the only station that's beating pre-pandemic ridership levels, but we're beating pre-pandemic ridership levels by 140%. Yep. So I just think that the need has never been more clear. We've seen the need coming for years, but we can actually see on the ground today the lines at the fare gates. We can see the congested sidewalks. And so I think that the neighborhood is ready for this. And the longer we wait, the longer the less able the station will be to meet the growing demand.
Yeah. Got it. Well, I agree, and thank you. I've been proud to help fight to put the money back in when it got taken out and continue to advocate. This is beyond needed, and it is, if we want to be growing, this is the type of investment you make because we need people to be able to move around by transit. You kind of talked about like when we first built that NOMA station, it was kind of in the middle of it was isolated. There wasn't what you see today around it, and I think transit drives growth, and that's a good thing. Well outside your bid, but this is why I think when I think about the RFK site, for example, it's why we have to make sure we're investing in transit there, both at Stadium Armory and I think a new station at Benning in Oklahoma. The arguments I hear is that the the track curves a little bit there. So gosh, we can't build a station with a curve. It sounds like somebody who's never been to Europe or seen any other transit system in the world, and that we somehow can only build in straight lines and perpendicular. We build things that curve all the time. So I think that it's wrong and really unambitious to not think about how we can build transit. And it does take a little vision, though, because you got to see what that future looks like 10, 20 years from now. But I think NOMA has shown us when we invest in transit and then help think about all the tools around it to help create housing and jobs and exciting spaces, we can do it. So I'm really proud of what you and the BID have been doing there in the NOMA community as well. I'm excited about this project. And I think to Commissioner Ruff, who I know had to leave, but to her point early on too, an investment in NOMA shouldn't compete against an investment in the type of bus transit connections and others that she was advocating for in Ward 7, because she's 100% correct. Those are important as well. I know we can do both, and that's really important. I've walked East Capitol Street with Commissioner Ruff. I've seen firsthand the lack of investment that she's talked about in terms of the sidewalks and the roadways, and we're working together to push on a lot of those things. But I just want to say, like, we got to be able to do both. We can't just do one.
Well, and worth noting, the district invested $50 million towards the development of the station. And by this year, by 2026, the district will see $2.6 billion worth of economic return as a result. So a great example of how very smart investments can yield tremendous benefits that can then deliver revenue for other projects in other parts of the city.
Completely agree. Completely agree. I appreciate it. Mr. McLeod, I appreciate your testimony. I definitely hear your advocacy. I guess I might turn to Mr. Coles, actually, who sounds like he's one of the businesses right there on the corridor. So, Mr. Coles, I certainly, whenever we have major projects, it absolutely is disruptive and can be struggling for our businesses. Was there, I mean, we knew this project was coming too. So in what ways did DDOT work in advance? Or like, I'll give an example. We have a project coming on Barracks Row in Ward 6 where there's gonna be a bus priority that's gonna be built there. It's going to have an impact during construction on our businesses. So even though we haven't broken ground on it, I put money in the budget last year to help create small business supports so we'd be ready when it was time. Why didn't that happen here?
I think that in large scale projects like this, the city has a duty to try and, do deeper outreach to the affected parties. We knew that there was a streetscape project going on. Our general sense was that it was happening on blocks a little further south. Certainly some of that responsibility for awareness falls on us, but we're just trying to run our own business. We don't have time to follow up on every single flyer and every committee meeting happening in the city. And the idea that a couple of flyers distributed, a year before construction starts counts as due diligence is, I think, absurd. The city and DDOT failed to.
Be clear, I'm not putting that on you because you're busy trying to run a business. I mean, it feels like that type of support should have been organized in advance of a project coming. So I appreciate the advocacy for it now, and let's see what we can do to try to help create those tools to be supportive of our businesses there. And to Huaping Zhu, sounds like your experience is very similar to Mr. Cole's about the impact on your business and your workers. I guess one other question, is there anything more that you feel like DDOT could do more of to be communicating proactively with you, as disruptive as this is right now? Is there anything more that you believe they could be doing to be helpful to at least make sure you have full and clear, up-to-date information?
Definitely the community, like DuPont Circle Bids, they do help us a lot. Also, they do all they can to even fix some, because the construction make the buildings some damage. They trying to fix it. Most likely they doing that part, they are pretty good, and they also very open resource to know what was going on. I think most just like those kind of funds make us feel like the government care about our small business, and we can have those confidence to be concrete this kind of a situation, so that it can help us to, because DuPont Circle is great neighborhood, and those kind of a thing just show we are not the only suffer. The government want to, for the great of the future, more convenient in the future, and want to do something, make us feel we can be survive. Like we penetrate, for those kind of a worker now, they used to take 8 to 10 clients. Now they only can take 4 and 5. We have to compensate for those employees so that we can save them in this location just for future clients. When they have a more convenient, they come back. We are still here. Thank you.
Got it. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And Mr. McLeod, I'm happy to follow up with you and the bid as well to try to help think about different strategies as we go through this. Anything else you wanted to add from some of the stakeholders you're working with?
Well, we try to do a lot of outreach and a lot of meetings. You know, everybody's struggling, and so we try to do the best we can, but we're not perfect. So we're really trying to help.
Okay. And is there anything from your perspective that we can help push with DDOT on either more timely information or anything else from their construction management and impacts for you and your stakeholders?
I personally wish the construction company would move faster. You know, I feel like the construction company Fort Myers is stalled in the 1700 block. And, you know, I've worked on a number of streetscapes around the city, and they need to move on to the next block and move quicker.
Got it. Okay. I appreciate it. Well, we'll certainly follow up with you. And when the government version comes to testify, we'll make sure we do that. So
thank you.
Thank you all very much for your testimony. I appreciate everybody witnesses today.
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to put back again on your radar the case of Mr. Hassan Khalid, another business owner that we represent. I think that the way that he's being treated is not a aberration, but is the status quo, the anti-small business mindset that permeates across district government leadership, particularly at the Department of Energy and Environment, as well as DDOT, needs to end. And I would really appreciate if you could personally intervene on his behalf, because I think he deserves somebody who's listening.
If you could, Mr. Mohammed, we can follow up afterwards. If you wouldn't mind sending me maybe an email with some of that information and background that you shared in your testimony, and then I'll absolutely see what I can do either with one or both agencies.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right. Thank you all very much. Let me move to our next panel of witnesses. I believe Eddie Camacho, who we had called earlier, is here now. So we'll have Eddie Camacho join this panel. I also have Kai Hall, who's the coordinator with the DC Transportation Equity Network. Matthew Girardi, DC organizer with Greater Washington. Seth Grimes, who's an organizer with the Washington Area Bicyclist Association. We had Rudy Wright, who's president of Potomac Peddlers. He let us know he's unable to testify today, but is going to be submitting written testimony. I have Richard Wetzel, member of the East-West Low Stress Biking Coalition. Ezra Hollander with the DC Trail Ranger Program with Washington Area Bicyclist Association. And then we had called Frederick Allen earlier, but I believe that Fred Allen is here now. So Frederick Allen, we're going to put you onto this panel as well if you're able to join us. Oh, and Commissioner, ANC Commissioner from 8805, Jamila White. We called a couple of times earlier, but I think Commissioner White is with us now. So we will bring the Commissioner onto this one as well. All right, excellent. So follow the order that I called, I guess. So Eddie Camacho, we'll turn to you first, who's joining us online, if you are ready.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing well, whenever you're ready.
I do want to start off with the intentions of the project. I think it's a great idea. I think what they're trying to do is definitely scale DuPont Circle and bring it back to life again. I do believe that the preparation did lack in terms of informing businesses of what will be impacted, the duration of the construction. And some of the construction workers definitely placed us in positions where it made seem that we were closed. We've got calls, emails that are reopened. We've had private events where people would tend to think that we are closed. We had construction workers leaving bags, lunch boxes, all of their belongings in front of our door sometimes to give us that signal like, oh, wow. So we don't care specifically on how we want to navigate our customers to these businesses. The sidewalk is very misleading, showing that the sidewalk is completely closed off for people to walk into. So it misleads our customers to go somewhere else. I don't know anything else that I want to add on to it, especially for the impact for my restaurants and other restaurant owners or bar owners. Delivery, it's been delayed plenty of times. Food delivery cannot come in due to the blockage of the street. The parking is definitely something that's been impactful for a lot of our customers and guests. And we've had to cut in so many hours of our staff. We had to change the duration of our lunch hours because there's just not enough foot traffic coming into our door. I don't think I have anything else I want to add on top of that, but I do believe there just needs to be a better communication and to just an understanding where is the support for us in this case, because we're swinging left and right trying to navigate what we could possibly do just to pull in our guests to come in. But the noise is very disruptive. The signage is very misleading. And then there's just no way of this being very friendly to our guests or to anyone just to come onto our block. From our street to S Street, just that specifically is just ridiculous. From the hotels, from places where guests do stay, we just look like a place where nobody wants to come into because it's just very disruptive.
Got it. Okay, I appreciate it. And so your testimony definitely sounds like it's in support and solidarity of the previous panelists as well, talking about their shared experience.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony. Because I've got 2 extra seats here, and I think I've got 2 people that are in the chambers that I would call next. Joey Davis from AFJE and Marcia Mayo, I believe, is with AFSCME. I'm going to keep working through our witness list, but just let you know if you guys want to come on up and grab a table or grab a chair at the table, then we'll call you up and we'll call for your testimony in just a moment. All right, so let me turn next to Kai Hall.
Awesome. Good afternoon, Chair Allen and members of the committee. My name is Kai Hall, and I'm the coordinator for the DC Transportation Equity Network. The DC-10 is a cross-sector coalition of nonprofit and labor organizations advocating for transportation policies that rectify historic disparities in access to opportunity, health, and leisure, and expand opportunity for those pushed to the margins of a thriving city. We are heartened to see that funding for WMATA remains consistent, recognizing that transit is the backbone of our region's economy and increases access to opportunity for all district residents. We urge the committee to continue maximizing its return on investment in WMATA bus service by protecting funding for DDOT's Bus Priority Program, which reduces the transportation time tax for all road users, but especially for transit riders. DDOT's Bus Priority team does an incredible job, and their work moves us closer to the mayor's mode shift goals of 50% transit, 25% walking or biking, and 25% driving by 2032. $2 million of the capital funding for the Bus Priority Program is allocated for crosstown BRT planning connected to the redevelopment of the RFK campus. As the agency plans for much needed crosstown rapid transit, this committee and agency leaders should be careful to avoid repeating the same poor choices that caused the DC streetcar to fail. Namely, number 1, starting with a minimum viable segment. The starting line needs to be long enough to be useful to residents and game day visitors alike, starting by connecting Benning Road Metro Rail Station in the east to Union Station in the west at the very least. And second, failing to dedicate center-running protected transit lanes on the street, even if it meant removing parking and travel lanes for cars. We would like to work with the committee to identify additional funding for the Crosstown BRT in FY27 so that the project can perhaps move more quickly. Secondly, the long-suppressed taxpayer-funded road pricing report included a number of road pricing scenarios that warrant further study. We urge the committee to fund an update to the study to further explore those scenarios, namely cordon pricing, area pricing, arterial toll roads, on-street parking pricing, and bridge tolling. A cordon is likely to be the best fit to reduce trips by single occupancy vehicles, encourage residents, workers, and visitors to shift to a more sustainable travel mode, and raise revenue. However, DDOT should have a well-informed, robust suite of congestion management tools at its disposal, especially as the district prepares to allow autonomous vehicles to operate here. While many obstacles lie ahead for any road pricing program in the district, we should not comply in advance to federal interference in local affairs, especially for policies that have the potential to reduce traffic, boost business, improve our air quality, fund transit, improve safety, and allow us to reimagine how we use our street space. The buck stops with local authorities with respect to DC residents' safety, access to opportunity, and quality of life. At the very least, we should be able to study our options to have an informed debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Matthew Girardi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Allen and members of the council listening. Thank you for the opportunity to share a perspective. My name is Matt Girardi, and I'm here testifying as DC organizer on behalf of Greater Washington. Founded in 2008, Greater Washington, or GGWash, has been a leading voice for urbanism throughout the DC region. Namely, we focus on advocacy and sharing perspectives on how to make the city and region better through improved land use, housing, and transportation policy. From that perspective, GGWash is broadly satisfied for the budget proposed for DDOT. Specifically, we are pleased to see robust funding for the bus priority program and the proposed project of bus rapid transit to replace and fill the void left by the shutdown of the streetcar. Additionally, I will note that we are relieved to see that the executive has decided to finally release the report conducted on road pricing, but believe, as my colleague Kai Hall just said, that this step needs to be followed through. To take the first topic, though, it is abundantly clear that the district needs to protect bus priority and expand ways to reliably, quickly, and safely navigate our streets for transit users and all non-drivers. As you know, at the conclusion of DMV moves last year, it was clear that rail expansion for WMATA does just not have the regional consensus we need for it yet. Likewise, only last month, our own light rail system, DC Streetcar, was shut down. So that leaves the bus as our main transit tool for improving frequency, speed, and accessibility throughout our city. And to further underscore the need for BRT and bus priority, one of the few actionable steps that did come out of DMV moves, besides a plan for renewed dedicated capital funding, was a set of major interjurisdictional bus priority corridors. As such, we are glad to see that this budget has the bus priority program fully funded, and we are heartened to see that $2 million set aside in the capital budget for the study of crosstown BRT as DC Streetcar is shelved and infrastructure begins to be built at RFK campus. District residents deserve world-class transit, and through working with our friends at WMATA, we can achieve that goal. But that means learning from the mistakes that set projects like the streetcar back, namely a lack of dedicated lanes, routes too short to be truly useful, and no easy connection to metro rail stations. Bus priority and BRT need to be taken seriously. We would like to work with the committee to find additional funding in FY27 for crosstown BRT to enable faster project delivery and demonstrate that the district can expeditiously build transit infrastructure. Crosstown BRT should be a prototype for future lines, not the sole route of its kind operating by 2030. To pivot, though, I would also like to discuss road pricing. Earlier this year, after repeated stalling, the executive finally released its report on road pricing. Unsurprisingly, it showed results fully in line with what we have seen in New York, where it was recently implemented. Revenue went up, transit reliability went up, congestion decreased, emissions decreased, and transit frequency increased. Going forward, road pricing is a tool that the district government should explore using. We know that the first step to getting this will be an updated, detailed study of how road pricing could be implemented. That includes cordon pricing, area pricing, arterial toll roads, on-street parking pricing, and even bridge tolling. And even in this tight budget year, that means that the district must find funds to further study this to position us to act on this major long-term revenue raiser. Furthermore, GGWash understands that road pricing will take time to roll out, and as a result, it is in the district's best interest to begin these initial steps as soon as possible. Especially with the potential rollout of autonomous vehicles on our roads, we need options to reduce congestion, promote mass transit, and improve accessibility. For our climate change, public health, and even fiscal concerns, road pricing is a powerful tool, one that can be supercharged by investments in a BRT network prior to its implementation. I thank you for listening to our thoughts and considerations on this matter, and we'll stick around for questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Seth Grimes. There we are.
Thank you, Chair Allen. I am Seth Grimes, Washington, D.C. organizer with the Washington Area Bicyclist Association. Pleased to speak on behalf of our 5,000 members. We at WABA thank Mayor Muriel Bowser and members of the D.C. Council and Director of the Department of Transportation, Sharon Kirschbaum, and her staff for their work and support in the fight to preserve the district's 15th Street cherry blossom bike lanes in the face of a Trump administration attack. WABA sued the federal government and we won. More broadly, WABA has been proud to stand with DC leaders, Free DC, and our fellow advocates to combat federal attacks on DC traffic safety, on no turn on red, and automated traffic enforcement. These are among the many egregious attacks on DC home rule, and we stand with you in opposing them. Local context. 16 individuals have been killed on the district's streets in 2026 through April 27 today. 6 of them pedestrians, 1 bike rider, 1 scooter rider. We're on a pace for 50 road deaths in 2026, up from 32 last year in 2025. Yet DDOT has underperformed, particularly in building out Move DC's bicycle priority network. DDOT delivered just 3.4 miles of protected bike lanes in fiscal year 2025, 1/3 of their stated 10-mile target. DDOT is on a pace to underperform again this year in federal fiscal year 2026, given their pause at Western Avenue, Northwest Jennifer Street, 44th Street, 23rd Street, and East Street projects, and their slowness advancing projects that are in design stages. DDOT further weakened their 2025 record by removing several blocks of Arizona Avenue Northwest bike lanes. The Washington Post headline was DC is removing bike lane barriers for the first time, calling them ugly. In her April 21st, 2026 opinion enjoining federal removal of the district's 15th Street bike lanes, Judge Amy Berman Jackson stated, "Beauty is in the eye of the beholder," I'm quoting, "and it is not up to the court to quibble with the federal government about whether helmeted cyclists in spandex or automobiles fitted with exhaust pipes are more pleasing to look at. Nowhere does the National Park Service," and she could have been referring to DDOT, "explain how removal of the lane advances the stated aesthetic objectives." Jackson's opinion and district officials cited the DDOT's 15th Street before-after study, showing that the 15th Street lanes reduced roadway crashes by 46%, bicycle injury crashes by 91%. DDOT did not perform a before and after study for Arizona Avenue in contravention of their own standards, and they cited aesthetic reasons for the removal of the bike lanes on Arizona. What's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. We expect more of DDOT. DDOT needs to change course to revert to a safety-first transportation policy. An immediate step DDOT can take to rectify the agency's FY25 and FY26 underperformance is to unfreeze the paused Western, Jennifer, 44th Street, 23rd Street, and East Street Northwest project. The council should fund development of these projects through completion in the FY27 to 32 capital budget. Looking ahead at 27 and beyond, WABA asks the mayor and council to fully fund ambitious implementation of DDOT's yet-to-be-released strategic bikeways plan. The council should insist on SBP inclusion and funding for East Capitol Street protected bike lanes, that is east of the river. Commissioner Ruff referred to the underinvestment in Ward 7, that is Ward 7. DDOT had planned to put bike lanes on that project until last fall when Director Kirschbaum said they were going to be removed without stating any reasons that were good from our point of view. We asked the council to explicitly fund Q&R Street crosstown bike lanes, 11th Street Southeast protected bike lanes, as requested by Hill Family Biking, and other protected bikeways in accordance with Move DC, Taylor Street, 11th Street Northwest, and other bicycle priority network routes identified in Move DC in 2021. We are deeply concerned that DDOT's proposed safety and mobility 6-year capital budget funding drops $22.1 million. This includes bicycle and pedestrian safety vision zero, despite the high number of deaths on DC streets. Infrastructure near schools. A headline in today's Washington Post says, analysis of accident data shows pedestrians near schools are 24% more likely to be hit than elsewhere in the city. This is unacceptable. Given DDOT's underperformance, WABA encourages council members to include explicit funding for specific priority projects in their wards and citywide in their requests. Further, we support funding an update to the DC decongestion pricing study and implementation planning, RFK site transportation planning to include an infill Metro Rail Station, capacity upgrades to the Stadium Armory Station, express or bus priority projects, and so on. And then we ask funding for DC 311 upgrade in coordination with the Office of Unified Communications for locating reports by dropping a pin on a map, which thousands of applications can do without having to specify a street address. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. Next, we're going to switch to Richard Wetzel, and he is joining us online.
Good afternoon, Chairman Allen. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Richard Wetzel. I'm testifying as a DC resident and a member of the East-West Low Stress Biking Coalition that has gathered more than 1,500 signatures for our petition asking DDOT to build protected bike lanes on Q and R streets from Connecticut Avenue Northwest in Ward 2 to the Metropolitan Branch Trail in Ward 5. As Seth just mentioned, DDOT's capital improvement budget for FY 27 to 32 is set to increase by about 4.5%, yet funding for safety and mobility, which crucially includes cycling and pedestrian safety, and the mayor's proposed budget is set to drop by more than $22 million. This does not make sense. Bike and pedestrian safety should receive more, not less funding, because traffic deaths in 2026 are on the rise. We've already had 16 traffic deaths so far this year. At this pace, there will likely be more than 50 traffic deaths this year, up from 32 last year. That would be a huge jump. So this should be a red flashing warning sign that we need to do more to address safety. Meanwhile, as Seth Grimes just mentioned, DDOT has actually underperformed on the building of protected bike lanes in fiscal 25. Instead of the projected 10 miles, they only built about 3.5 miles. And DDOT is also on track to underperform again in FY 26. So what we would like to argue here is that given the disturbing trend in traffic deaths, the upward trend, the construction of protected bike lanes should be accelerated, not slowed. It should get more attention and more funding, not less. We would therefore like to ask the council to insist that the safety and mobility part of the capital improvement budget dedicated to protected bike lanes be increased, and to make sure as well that in the regular DDOT budget, which is set for a reduction, staff positions for the bike planners at DDOT who do excellent work not be reduced but held steady so that these lanes can be planned and built. Beyond that, and more specifically, the East-West Coalition would like to request that the DC Council include dedicated funding for protected bike lanes on Q and R streets in the upcoming budget. The existing unprotected lanes, as I know you, Chairman Allen, know, on Q and R, are wedged between the car travel lane and parking and present a serious danger to bicycle riders who have to navigate stopped vehicles, drivers veering into the bike lane, and the threat of being hit by opening doors on parked vehicles. I ride on these lanes almost every day myself and see how dangerous they are. Some of us would argue painted lanes that provide no protection and situate you between moving traffic and parked cars are actually almost worse than no lanes. And for beginners, they're certainly extremely dangerous. In addition to over 1,500 signatories, our petition to have protected bike lanes on Q and R has been endorsed by 4 ANCs in wards 2 and 5, by the DC Bicycle Advisory Council, by the Eckington Civic Association. We've done our homework. We've built the community support. This should be a project that's ready to go. The use of bike share, to use one metric, is strong and growing in Q and R, which is home to 20 of the 100 busiest cabbie stations. The 25 cabbie stations within a quarter mile of Q and R with a start or end point of 64,000 bike share trips as of December 2024, accounting for more than 2,000 trips each day on average, and that's about 1 of 6 trips system-wide. So this is a corridor that's very much being used. But the painted lanes, as I mentioned, really are substandard, and in fact, they're substandard by DDOT's own rules. If they were built today, they would have to be built as protected bike lanes. In conclusion, we would like to request that the DC Council include dedicated funding for the upgrading of the bike lanes on Q&R Street Northwest, Northeast in the upcoming budget, and that the committee ask DDOT to place this project at the top of the priority list in the new strategic bike plan and to start the process of outreach, study, and planning without delay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, next, let me turn to Ezra Hollander.
Good afternoon. My name is Ezra Hollander, and I represent the DC Trail Ranger Program, a DDOT grant-funded program run by the Washington Area Bicyclists Association. DC Trail Rangers go out each day on electric cargo bicycles to service over 32 miles of DC-owned paved trails, taking care of infrastructure that serves as vital transportation and recreation resources for DC residents in every quadrant of the city. The DC Trail Ranger Program is requesting an increase in our annual grant allotment from $680,000 per year to $1,065,000 per year. DC's trail network is growing, as are the costs of running a program that provides DC residents with stable, green jobs that pay a living wage. The DC Trail Ranger Program needs additional funding to continue maintaining our consistent and high-quality trail stewardship over the next 5 years. The DC Trail Ranger Program was established in 2013 after members of the DC Council and DDOT leadership recognized that the district was committing more funding to trail projects year after year, and the city did not have a clear plan for maintaining trails or other dedicated bike and pedestrian infrastructure. The existing maintenance teams at the Department of Public Works and Department of General Services were not well positioned to audit or service these off-road areas with their work trucks. Trail Rangers in their green shirts are an immediately identifiable, consistent, and approachable presence on DC trails. We deal daily with safety issues such as trash, broken glass, and encroaching vegetation, and because the team bikes on each trail regularly, we are able to prioritize and address these issues from the same perspective as community members who are walking or rolling on the trails. Over the course of a standard day caring for DC's trails, Trail Rangers often go from picking up litter to reporting a broken streetlight to DC 311 to removing scooters from the middle of a path to giving a trail user directions, all within the span of half an hour. Trail Rangers also spend significant time each month maintaining the vegetation along the edges of trail corridors. Trail Rangers cut back vegetation to maintain sight lines along the trail and also work to remove invasive species and preserve the city's native tree canopy, which provides invaluable shade in the summer and helps to prevent erosion on the banks of local waterways. Trail Rangers also host recurring community events such as monthly free community coffee hours on the Met Branch Trail in Ward 5, and show up to support large-scale community events across the city's trails, such as the recent Oxen Run Picnic in Ward 8. Trail Rangers are a consistent, friendly presence, encouraging more people to get outside and get active by utilizing trails. In fiscal year 2022, the DC Trail Ranger Program received its most recent grant allocation increase to $680,000 annually. At the time, this was sufficient funding to maintain trails year-round and provide up to 9 program staff a living wage and a reliable green job that they could continue working year over year while gaining new skills and building deep community relationships. From fiscal year 2022 to fiscal year 2025, the Trail Rangers biked over 30,000 miles on DC trails, collected over 4,500 bags of debris, and engaged with over 13,000 people on the trails and at community events. Trail Rangers also submitted over 600 reports to DC 311 over the past 4 years, making sure that major safety hazards are reported to the correct agency and promptly resolved. In the current fiscal year 2026, rising program costs will stretch the current grant allocation to the absolute limit, and without additional funding, the Trail Ranger program will have to reduce staffing in fiscal year 2027. This would come at a time when the city has continued significant new trail projects in the past 7 years. So it has constructed significant new trail projects, such as the new Met Branch Trail extension from Fort Totten to Tacoma, and the 295 Trail, which connects the Congress Heights neighborhood in the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge in Ward 8. DC also has miles of new trail projects currently in various stages of development, such as the Michigan Avenue Northeast Side Path and the South Capitol Street Trail. The DC Trail Ranger program is requesting an increase in funding to $1,065,000 per year to allow the program to add 2 additional full-time Trail Ranger positions, as well as fund seasonal summer rangers. This would allow the program to meet the maintenance needs of DC's growing trail system. Moreover, adding these additional staff positions would allow the program to work with DDOT to take on additional maintenance responsibilities, such as creating a weekly bike lane sweeping schedule. If funding for additional staff positions is not available this budget cycle, the amount of money the program needs to run at its current trail service level while keeping up with predicted inflation over the next 5 years is $940,000 per year. The DC Trail Rangers fulfill a huge range of key municipal functions for the District of Columbia each week, and a growing trail network deserves a dedicated maintenance team that grows along with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hollander. Next, I'm going to turn to Joey Davis.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee, as well as my fellow panelists. My name is Joey Davis, and I am the president of AFGE Local 1975, proudly representing employees across multiple district agencies, including the District Department of Transportation. I want to be direct about what is happening right now. The district is considering delaying cost of living adjustments in fiscal year 27, while employees are still waiting on negotiations for a cost of living increase for fiscal year 26, which is 7 months overdue. That is unacceptable. And it raises a fundamental question. How can the district claim there is no money for employee compensation while continuing to expand administrative structures within agencies like DDOT? Because once again, this is not a workforce problem. It is a prioritization problem. At DDOT, employees are being told that there is no funding available to implement career ladder advancements for positions that are clearly eligible and performing at higher levels. At the same time, the agency created a new administrative position for its former chief of staff. So employees are left asking a very simple question. How is there no money to invest in the workforce, but there is money to create new layers of management? This is exactly the kind of imbalance that is driving morale down and pushing experienced employees out of district government, and that has real consequences. If the district continues down this path, delaying raises, limiting career growth, and expanding administrative overhead, it will not retain the most capable and dedicated workforce. Instead, it will simply be left with whoever is willing to stay under those conditions. That is not a sustainable model for delivering critical city services. It is a recipe for decline. Nowhere is this more concerning than in the area of safety. On major infrastructure projects, including current work on the Theodore Roosevelt Bridge, contractors have been permitted to operate 24 hours a day. At the same time, DDOT employees responsible for oversight of those contractors in inspection of the work they're doing have not been provided equivalent coverage. That creates a serious and unacceptable safety risk. Our employees routinely identify and correct issues during their shifts at these construction sites, issues that could have significant safety implications if left unaddressed. So the question now becomes, what is happening during the hours when no DDOT personnel are present? What mistakes are not being caught? What risks are being allowed to continue unchecked? That is not a theoretical concern. That is a real safety issue affecting infrastructure that the public relies on every day. Compounding that issue, contractors on these projects have been observed wearing DDOT vests, creating the appearance that they are representatives of the agency. Chairman Allen, they are not. And that misrepresentation undermines accountability, confuses the public, and further blurs the lines of responsibility on critical infrastructure projects. Again, this comes back to management and oversight. The district cannot afford to weaken its frontline workforce while simultaneously failing to maintain proper supervision of contracted work. These are not separate issues. They're directly connected. So when we talk about budget priorities, we need to be clear about what is at stake. This isn't just about compensation. It's about whether or not the district is making decisions that support a functional, effective, and safe government. Right now, the answer is no. The continued delay of cost of living adjustments, combined with the failure to implement career ladders and the expansion of administrative roles, sends a clear message to employees. They are not the priority. And if that message continues, the workforce will respond accordingly. This council has the ability to change that trajectory by ensuring that resources are directed toward employee compensation, career development, and proper oversight of agency operations, and by taking a hard look at whether additional administrative positions are actually improving outcomes or simply adding costs. Because at the end of the day, the district doesn't have a funding problem. It has a prioritization problem. And until that is addressed, both service delivery and public safety will continue to suffer. Thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Marcia Mayo.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, Council Chair Allen. This testimony is offered on behalf of Deborah Walker, Union President and proud member of ASME Local 709, Safety Technicians, formerly known as School Crossing Guards. Safety technicians have the critical job of ensuring that school children and the parents who accompany them safely cross streets on their way to and from school. It is a job which safety technicians take tremendous pride. But it also can be dangerous, as evidenced by safety technicians who have been injured and worse by speeding motorists. My name is Marcia Mayo, shop steward, and I am here today on behalf of ASME Local 709 to offer our testimony about the $127 million in funding for our workers' compensation that was removed from the mayor's fiscal year 2027 proposed budget. We, the members of ASME Local 709, are counting on the DC City Council to restore this important funding. The members of Local 709 opposed several additional items proposed by the mayor to be removed from this budget that will potentially harm district government workers and their families. First, eliminating funding for future pay increases from collective bargaining agreements. This impacts members of ASME Local 709 since the union reached out to the District Department of Transportation, DDOT management, to renegotiate our contract. The union looks forward to negotiating with management in good faith, unencumbered by budgetary restrictions proposed by the mayor. Combating low retention, targeting new hires, also with the agency instructed to reduce overtime work. It puts a strain on the union members when we're called at the last minute to work special events as part-time employees. This budget also imposes harmful cuts to paid family leave, medical leave, cutting family care leave from 8 weeks to 2 weeks in the proposed budget. Respectfully investing in this union workforce is the foundation of operation for DC government, and failure to restore these funds risks the long-term stability and health of our essential labor force. Thank you for your time and consideration of these critical matters. Best regards.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mayo. And then let me turn to Frederick Allen and Jamila White, who are joining us online. So we'll do Frederick Allen first, and Commissioner White right after that. Actually, it looks like he may have dropped off. Commissioner White, are you there? There we go.
Yes,
I see Commissioner White. Well, why don't we turn to you then?
Okay, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilmember Allen and other members of the council for hosting this hearing today. I am going to testify on a couple of issues, some concerning Metro and some concerning traffic safety improvements in 8A. I'm Commissioner Jamila White, who I represent ANC 8A, Single Member District 8A05. I'm also the chair of ANC 8A. So I'm going to start with Metro. So recently, we actually sent your office an email, Councilmember Allen, in conjunction with our State Board of Education representative and families in DC Prep, talking about the changes to WMATA bus services for our students and families who live in 8A and rely on that bus service. Since the consolidation of and route changes to C25, C26, C27, C29, C31, C41, W2, W6, and W8, students in our community have been impacted to get to school at DC Prep. DC Prep used to have 2 locations, one in 8A05 and then one in 8B, and they've consolidated to one campus in 8B. So now families in Anacostia who rely on getting to the new school, they don't have the bus routes anymore to get there. It has actually started causing attendance to decrease from these families and several issues. We sent a letter asking that there either be some type of transport provided for students in Anacostia needing to go to DC Prep, or that WMATA can re-look at the bus routes and the consolidation and provide access so that students from Anacostia can get to DC Prep. This is a letter we sent your office a couple of months ago, and testifying today to come back to that, to work with DDOT to be able to provide transportation. That's the first issue. The other issue I want to come back to you. Thank you. You've been to 8A several times. We took a wonderful community walk a couple of years ago. And during that time, we pointed out several bus stops that needed infrastructure improvements, particularly shelters and seating. Along Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, residents are regularly sitting on the ground or leaning against buildings waiting for the buses. This disproportionately impacts seniors, individuals with different abilities, and people just tired from a long day of work. As we continue to promote bus and metro usage, the infrastructure should align with that goal. We are coming back to you again to ask for the installation of shelters at those major bus stops along Martin Luther King, as well as seating options so that it can reflect the wonderful community we have. Another little pet peeve we have is that at some of the bus shelters we do have, there are advertisements for pet adoption in Virginia and other kind of irrelevant and culturally irrelevant advertising. And we can use this opportunity while people are waiting at the bus stops to actually promote the new Anacostia Arts and Culture District and all of the wonderful things that are happening in Ward 8. We've also flagged this with DDOT for considering changing whoever is putting the shelter advertisements up. Going along with that, I'm going to go to 2 quick safety things. One is on Morris Road, which is Main Street right off of MLK. Residents on Morris Road has been impacted by both commuter traffic from Suitland Parkway, because people cut through Morris to get off of Suitland Parkway to get to MLK to cross over the bridge, to get to the rest of DC, or to get to 295 so that they can get to Virginia, right? And because of this, it's like a raceway. And we've talked about this too when you come. Residents have been hit by cars. Many residents on Morris Road do not have off-street parking. So not only have they been hit themselves, but their vehicles are constantly damaged because of the speeding up and down Morris Road. We've asked for DDOT to install speed reduction measures. They have told us that the only thing they could do was put speeding cameras, which they have installed, and 4-way stop signs at the intersections, which they have installed. Unfortunately, we have not seen a reduction in speeding nor speeding related incidents that are happening. And so we're coming back asking for DDOT to go back to Morris Road and to come up with interventions that can really reduce speeding along Morris Road. Additionally, on the east side of Morris Road, there is no sidewalk. So residents will either walk in the street on this, kind of major thorough street, right? Or they'll have to walk on the other side of the street, the west side of the street, but then cross in the middle of traffic to get to the bus stop. Because right after just kind of a block of just grass, there is a bus stop. So if you want to take the bus stop, you have to cross in the middle of the street. If you want to access the bus stop, you have to cross in the middle of traffic. There is no crosswalk, or you have to walk in the street. And so this is creating a major issue on Morris Road. So creating a sidewalk. We asked for a sidewalk to DDOT on that east side of the street, and traffic safety measures along Morris Road. And then the other improvement we've been asking for, and this is something new I'm coming to you with, DDOT right now is advancing a traffic safety plan for Pennsylvania Avenue and Minnesota Avenue. Much of this work is in Ward 7. However, there's a portion of the work that is in 8A. Proposed changes include mandatory right turns onto Minnesota Avenue and eliminating a right turn onto 25th Street. I won't get into all the details. However, at our last ANC meeting where the DDOT attended and talked to our commission about the changes, the community had an uproar. Many residents, it was the first time for them hearing about it because much of the community engagement was focused in Ward 7 and not in 8A. And DDOT informed us that there is no more time for community engagement. They're going to be moving forward with the design. So we're asking the council to have DDOT do actual engagement with 8A residents to talk about how this design will impact them, because we're very much concerned that this new design and the changes to 25th Street in particular will create more danger than is actually there. And this is a major route that students walk to school to access Boone Elementary, because this is right off of Boone Elementary School. And then finally, in terms of DDOT safety improvements, for the last 3 to 4 years, DDOT has been working on a Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue traffic improvement plan and historic Anacostia transportation improvement plan. We are grateful for the engagement. There has been lots of engagement with both of those two studies, but they haven't moved anywhere, right? There were some improvements that could be made without major infrastructure changes. It just has not been done. So we don't know what's the status, why they aren't moving, but asking that within this budget that we actually see those two plans implemented: historic Anacostia and MLK Avenue. So thank you so much, Councilmember. I realize I'm over time. I do have more, but I'll include them in my testimony, written testimony. Thank you.
Excellent. You're actually not over by as much as you might think, because as a commissioner, you're supposed to have a little more time, so you're good.
Well, can I do my last point then?
No, sir. No, Commissioner. Now you were technically still over. I'm just saying you weren't as over, so you're okay.
Okay, thanks.
Let me turn to Frederick Allen now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Frederick Allen. I live in Ward 3, and I'm a veteran of the ANC 3D Transportation Committee. I've submitted written testimony, which I will summarize for you now. I'm here to tell you that the council needs to fix the funding problem for maintenance of green infrastructure for stormwater and help DDOT clean up a mess that it has created. I've testified on this general subject at your DDOT oversight hearings in each of the past 2 years. But since January, there have been some new developments that require the council's assistance. Our neighborhood has DDOT's Spring Valley Green Infrastructure Project with curb extensions to keep stormwater out of the sewers. DDOT has a federal mandate to do this citywide. We worked with DDOT on design. Neighbors accepted disruption on their streets in good faith. In March, DDOT stopped installation because of uncertainty about funding for maintenance. It says it has no plans to complete the project as originally proposed, or to remove the partially constructed infrastructure, or to provide maintenance for what has been installed. Instead, DDOT says that the half-finished curb extensions will stay for traffic calming. No new notice of intent, no community input, no reference to the federal mandate. This is likely a legal violation, and you can imagine our frustration. On April 8th, ANC3D wrote a strong letter to DDOT saying that any installed infrastructure that does not match the original plans should be removed. Any traffic calming measures should be studied from scratch and most likely will not involve what has already been constructed. Now, the council needs to help DDOT clean up its mess, and if you want the original project to proceed, you need to help DDOT do so. You either need to give DDOT the money and the directive to do the project right, or as originally envisioned, or you need to give them the money and the directive to take out what they've constructed. The long-term problem that we've been flagging is funding for maintenance of the plantings, keeping the facilities free of trash and keeping them working as designed. We don't know what the amount is needed for citywide maintenance of these facilities. We've heard estimates from $4 to $11 million a year, but we do know that the amount will be an appealing target for budget cutters. And it turns out now that that has already happened. Fortunately, there is a way to take maintenance off the annual budget. The special fees that every DC water customer already pays to fund stormwater infrastructure should be modestly increased to cover green infrastructure maintenance, and I've explained that in more detail in my written testimony. To do this, the council will have to work with DDOT, DOEE, DC Water, and citizens. None of these entities can accomplish this on their own, but I urge the council to make this happen. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Excellent. All right. Thank you. Thanks to everybody on this panel. I'm going to work my way through folks with a few questions. I'm going to go back up to the top. So Kai Hall and Matt Girardi, when you had testified earlier, a couple of quick questions. Kai Hall, in his testimony earlier, I had asked Mike Litt about what he meant necessarily when he said we need to revisit the congestion pricing study. I wasn't quite sure if he was saying we need to fund the next iteration of the study, updated data. He then said I should ask that question to you. So an effective handoff to point that towards you, but what do you think needs to happen next when it comes to congestion pricing study? Is it we need to redo it with current data? Talk to me a little bit more about what you think we need to be thinking about.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. So I don't think we need to redo the study that was done that the mayor withheld for 5 years. That study actually provided recommendations about different road pricing scenarios that warrant further study. So rather than assessing a wide range of options, as the first study did, I think, if we want to, use current data, we should be digging into the recommended scenarios, specifically cordon pricing, bridge tolling, arterial road pricing, or tolling, and I included it all in my written testimony as well. But yeah.
Got it.
So
all right. So that's what you recommend is the next step, not a go back and do it again. It's a follow up on the next stages with those focused elements.
Yeah.
Okay. I also want to ask you, you talked a good bit about the need for better westward connection in our bus rapid transit plans. And also from the start, Laura Miller Brooks in her testimony as well talked about, for example, if all we do is just think about Union Station down H Street and Benning Road to RFK, it could have a good impact for H Street and Benning Road, but that's not a network. Feels like it's the exact same conversation we had around a streetcar, where if you don't build a network, it's very different than just building a little section and then calling it a day. So while the RFK campus provides maybe it's the catalyst, right? It's kind of helping push the conversation. How aggressive and grand do you think we need to be thinking for an actual and true east-west connection for bus rapid transit to actually make a system, not just a corridor?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, all of the elements of a good network, I think, are included in Jarrett Walker's, Human Transit book. If you haven't had a chance to read it, highly recommend. But basically, you need to connect where people live to the destinations they want to go. And connecting Union Station to RFK campus serves a particular purpose. It serves, getting some folks from Union Station to game day, basically. But to have a truly successful system, you want it to be used by all different types of people for many different types of trips, whether that's going to the grocery store, visiting friends, going to work, going to visit, a clinic, what have you. So I think, I'll defer to the planners, but I think at a minimum, you need to connect more residential areas to Union Station, particularly eastward. Friends of the DC Streetcar is a member of the 10. We've advocated on behalf, to extend the streetcar east of the river, as was promised for so many years. And I think part of the reason why the streetcar failed was it failed to connect residents who lived like these pretty dense neighborhoods, to connect them to the other destinations that the line had access to.
Okay, that's excellent. And Mr. Girardi, were you going to jump in there?
I was, in that I believe as well from listening to, I believe the Georgetown bid was here and testifying earlier, and they were talking about the lack of circulator routes that were, kind of isolating that from the city. I mean, one option that we're not saying like is the definitive option is to, look, we did have a plan for a streetcar network, hearkening back to that. So why don't we take that blueprint and work off of it and update it at this point? And also, we have the priority corridors that have been identified through DMV moves. Those should be real BRT that we're talking about here. Those shouldn't just be, bus lanes at that point and they're painted on the ground and else happening. We have the real chance. And again, because we know that, and I want to see an infill station at Oklahoma Ave and Benning Road, but nonetheless, like I know that a big rail expansion isn't in the cards right now. We got to get BRT right in the near and medium term future.
Yeah. 100% agreed. I think it's important for everybody to recognize the difference between a bus lane with some paint on the roadway that's mixed up with parking and car, like that doesn't move the bus fast. It incrementally can speed up. Dedicated bus rapid transit is dedicated bus lines with the frequency and reliability that people need and deserve. And so I think that really is a huge option. And if you can imagine a Benning Road and an H Street corridor, especially Benning Road, which has such width from curb to curb, we can have truly amazing center-run bus rapid transit that helps connect people and neighborhoods in a way that could be really exciting and transformative. And then don't stop there. It's got to be a network. It's got to be a network, or else we kind of are destined to repeat some failures there. All right, thank you both very much on that. Mr. Grimes, first off, I'll start with a congratulations and a gratitude. Really appreciate successfully defending for now the 15th Street bike lane. That is, I've gone with a couple of the bike protests and bike down there with my own kid down there with hundreds, maybe thousands of others. Somebody did joke to me, bike lanes sometimes are divisive, but somehow this one's actually bringing everybody together. So that speaks, though, to the power of what has been created there of a safer space and a better connection and the reduced fatalities and injuries. So again, just to you and your colleagues, thank you for taking on that fight and have been doing so successfully. Appreciate that. You mentioned funding requests for some discrete projects. I don't discrete in a small number. I mean, like you listed specific, a lot of them, but specifics. Can you talk a little bit more about your thoughts around funding an adequate and visionary bike strategic plan? And where do we look at and we talked about this a little bit in the oversight hearing, about this strategic plan process. And while I think we all enjoy a good strategic plan process, does it get used as a way to stop investing and planning because we have to wait for this plan that slowly moves its way through a system? Can you talk a little bit more about where do you think that we should be looking at as this, in the budget in front of us, where we should go ahead and put investments? Where does it make sense to do now? And what should we look at and say, you know what, let me let that plan help guide what the next set of investments are going to be?
Thank you, Committee Chair Allen. Let me digress personally for a moment to say that as a member of the Transport Workers Union, represented in my workplace by Local 320. I'm very happy to be sitting at the table with representatives of ASME and the American Federation of Government Employees. Speaking on behalf of WABA, we know that just as we need a bus network, we need a bicycle network, that individuals are not going to few individuals are going to ride from point A to point B if they feel unsafe for a segment of that route. So we need a network that is complete, comprehensive, and safe. I spoke about funding from council members for individual projects specifically because I used the word underperformed for DDOT several times. DDOT has underperformed. They have not built what they promised to build. They have not built what they committed to building via Move DC's 2021 update. In fact, they've moved backwards. So Councilmember, your colleague, Councilmember Zachary Parker, has put funding in the budget, for instance, for South Dakota Avenue and for connections, important connections to the Capitol Crescent Trail. I did a bike ride in Ward 3, which has the second fewest number of bike lane miles in the district after Ward 8 on Saturday with local advocates. They recognize the contribution that your colleague, Councilmember Matt Freeman, had in advocacy for his ward and for remediation of these gaps. So we are looking for funding, and I heard a senior district Department of Transportation official last week talk about not liking specific projects called out by council members, but we are forced into this situation because of DC's underperformance on meeting their commitments. We do understand that there are high-level political reasons behind that underperformance, and that's why we look to you, council members, to compensate for the lack of commitment coming from the administration. So I have not actually answered your question and called out specific routes as I did in my testimony. But I would say that personally, I take an incrementalist attitude that we should build pieces whenever feasible and justified, and we should also look at corridors, just as we should for bus rapid transit. Georgia Avenue is a great example for for a bus priority. I'm not sure that's rapid transit. We and WABA favor that, and we also favor building out the bicycle network.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, I understand and can appreciate they don't like it when the council singles out and funds one project, but the reason the council does it is because they're not seeing the action that needs to take place. I'm pretty sure if we all saw the things moving forward that we want to see moving forward, we wouldn't be singling these things out in the budget. So that's helpful. I appreciate it. I'm going to pull Mr. Wetzel in here as well. Both you and Mr. Wetzel talked about rising traffic fatalities, which we all want to take very seriously. Because are we seeing them in a certain mode? You listed in your testimony, I think I remember hearing you say this, of the number, and you broke it down by different modes. Are we seeing any particular modes increasing or decreasing, staying the same, while the overall number is going up unacceptably?
I identified that 16 traffic deaths this year. There were 6 pedestrians, 1 bicyclist, and 1 scooter rider. Others were people in motor vehicles. But this is highly typical, and I think nationwide, I'm sure you're aware, nationwide the statistics are horrible for pedestrians in particular, especially with the adoption of larger vehicles, heavier vehicles, larger vehicles with lower visibility. I myself was hit in the District of Columbia on my bicycle in a marked bike lane by a driver in a huge pickup truck who was cited for failure to yield. That was a couple of years ago. And fortunately, I walked away. I didn't exactly walk away. Well, in any case, I was on my feet again 3 days later. So pedestrians are disproportionately victimized in traffic carnage of this type. And we need to do what we can to protect them. Part of my written testimony that I didn't have time to say was that we appreciate your leadership and the council's leadership on developing sensible policy for the district on autonomous vehicles. We understand the pressures to get them on our streets now. Safety is a prime consideration there, but we shouldn't lose sight that these are more vehicles on the road and that not the only vehicles on the road. And the way to improve our safety is by better infrastructure that separates, that protects pedestrians, that separates bicyclists, that encourages people to use transit and not to get in privately owned motor vehicles of any type.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And Mr. Wetzel, anything you wanted to add to that in terms of the data than what you're seeing?
I will just add that, all the data shows that everyone is safer if all different modes have separate areas in which to ride. I was just reading an article this morning that looked at other cities, right? So cyclists will be safer if they have protected bike lanes. And I would also argue pedestrians are going to be safer if all traffic, is separated and also hopefully slowed down a little bit. Of course, speed limits are also important. And the last thing I want to add is you talked about connectivity several times. I think absolutely right. And just as connectivity is crucial for a functioning bus network, it's crucial for a functioning protected bike lane network. And we've made the case, as you know very well, for many years, and I think DDOT has not disagreed, that Q&R is a crucial east-west connection. And on your point about specific projects, this is exactly where we're at. You've seen me at these hearings for at least 3, if not 4 years. If DDOT had been responsive to, that this is an important part of the network, that there's lots of support, I would much prefer not to have to be here. But we are here and we're calling for the council to, include dedicated funding because nothing has happened on this project. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Hollander, thank you for your testimony. I want to make sure I heard correctly because I thought I heard kind of 2 different things. So one was funding our DC Trail Rangers at their current level. And then I heard you talk about, obviously, with increasing trails and increasing networks, what it's going to take to actually continue to the same level of service, just for a much larger scope that you'll have. Are you saying that we need an additional $940,000 just to maintain the current level of service? Help break that down for me as to what.
I can break that down a little more clearly. So we have sort of proposal A and then a backup proposal because the reality is it is a tight budget cycle as it has been for the past several years. So the $940,000 number is what we would need to maintain our current staffing level over the next 5 years. An
additional 940?
No, it'd be raising the annual allotment from 680 to 940. So an additional $260,000 a year.
That's the number I'm looking for. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that's what you need to be able to maintain existing and current.
Exactly. Okay. And then our proposal and our request is for additional funding up to $1,065,000, which is an increase of a little under $400,000. I guess that's like make me do math on the spot. Around $380,000.
Yeah.
And that would allow us to add 2 additional full-time staff positions and commit to additional maintenance responsibilities as contracted by the city. One example of that is getting bicycle-mounted bike lane sweepers and being able to commit to doing work that we're already doing in our day-to-day. Like if we pass by an issue on 15th Street or 9th Street on the Irving Street cycle track, we stop and we deal with it, but to have that explicitly in the grant agreement and have the appropriate funding to be able to do that on a consistent basis.
Right. And to be clear, that also includes the maintenance for the Anacostia River Trail, Metropolitan Branch Trail.
Yes. Marvin Gaye Trail up in Ward 7 by Deanwood, Oxen Run Trail and Oxen Run Park in Ward 8, the new 295 Connector Trail, which runs along 295 beside the Department of Homeland Security campus, Klingle Valley Trail in Ward 3. DC currently has 32 miles of paved grade separated trail, and there are many more miles in various stages of planning.
Yeah. The reason why I wanted to make sure we named that out loud is that I don't want people to think that this is only for dedicated like downtown bike lanes where it's cyclists and cyclists only, which is important. But the trails you're describing are where thousands and thousands of people who aren't on a bike, they're out for a walk, they're out for a run. These are trails that are huge parts of how our city gets out. And so the work you do to maintain it is obviously very good for the cyclist who's on that trail, but it's also very good for the pedestrian who's walking, who might be jogging. Those are just, it improves it for a lot of people.
Yeah, and to be clear, we intentionally do not call them bike trails, at least within the Trail Ranger program, because that's not what they are. They're paved trails. So therefore, people who walk and roll can mean a whole bunch of different things, whether rolling a stroller, rolling a wheelchair, or on a bicycle.
Yes.
So we really do try to take the approach of when we're servicing trails of looking out for every type of user who's going to be coming through there on a daily basis.
Completely agree. I think there may be some people who think that they're just a bike trail, and that's the only thing you do because they see the WABA on your sleeve. But the reality is it's for a heck of a lot more people than that.
Yeah, and I think it's also a reflection of how WABA as an organization has developed over time in saying that maybe at first it was a bunch of cyclists who wanted to ride their bikes in more places, but now it is definitely a more, a more intersectional approach of understanding how transit and pedestrian access and cycling and vehicle traffic all have to exist in relationship. And so how do we make sure that specifically with trails, that these super valuable public green resources remain in good condition and are accessible to every DC resident.
Excellent. Well, thanks for the hard work that you're doing. I appreciate it. We'll take that. All right, Mr. Davis. And Ms. Mayo, I'm going to ask some specific questions about your testimony, but on this question, if you want to jump in on this as well, please feel free. So it's kind of to both of you. If the budget's passed as is, as came to us, and specifically I'm talking about the impacts on our bargaining, does bargaining essentially halt? Does the impact on not putting funding in for future pay raises, what does that do to your bargaining right now? Like, how does that impact your ability to bargain for a fair paycheck for your workers today?
So the contract actually expired in September 30th of last year. This is a negotiation for the next 4 years. So essentially, in our opinion, it really takes good faith bargaining out of the picture, because regardless of what proposals we have submitted or what proposals we intend on submitting throughout this process, which is unfortunately confidential, I wish I could speak more about it, but regardless of what position or proposals we end up submitting as a result of this, it would essentially be overridden by the parameters of the budget.
Right. So even if you were in arbitration going back and forth, it's stuck.
Essentially, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And I know I've talked with, I know our firefighters, Local 36, they are deeply concerned about this. I think, probably I'm assuming that in solidarity, every local is going to be concerned about this because it impacts everybody. So it's a serious concern. I know it's one my colleagues and I have definitely heard, and it's one of the top priorities we got to figure out. Ms. Mayo, I did wonder if you could talk a little bit more about the workers' compensation fund. You were talking about, if I heard it correctly, you were talking about from the safety technician standpoint, the obviously risk to injury, the risk to they're standing in the roadway. What was reduced in the compensation fund?
Well, it wasn't actually reduced. We won't be able to get it if the money is taken out of the budget, the $127,000.
Got it. Okay. So you believe the funding is there for the compensation fund, but your concern is that without it, if someone's injured on the job, they're not going to have the resources to be able to help pay damages and help.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. And maybe we can follow up after the hearing too to make sure we get the details on what we need to be looking for there. You also advocated around proposal to cut leave from 8 to 2 weeks.
Yes, it is going to be cut from 8 weeks to 2 weeks. We currently get 8 weeks, but if the money is taken out of the budget, then they're going to cut it down to 2 weeks for paid family leave.
Yeah, which is a lot less.
Yes.
Than 8 weeks. It's a serious cut. Okay. We certainly will work with you on that and follow up. And I appreciate your advocacy on behalf of, I know you got several folks in the room, and I know there's a lot of folks that are probably, it's 1:30, so they're maybe getting ready to go on shift in just a little bit as we're letting out. And I appreciate their work. I know as a dad myself who's got kids that I depend on their ability to walk to school and all their friends to get there safely, our safety technicians, we can't have enough of them.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate the work you do.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Mr. Allen, your frustration is shared here around the, we build stormwater infrastructure and then we can't manage it and maintain it. I will say this is a big part of every year, at least the last few years, the mayor keeps sweeping stormwater management dollars away, and it's leaving our agencies with very little capacity to actually do that stormwater management. And then I can tell you as a ward council member, what I then get is, all the folks that say, what's going on with this thing you built? It's just filling up with trash and weeds and it doesn't look good. And why did you do this? Because we're not managing it and maintaining it. So I very much agree and share your concern around the lack of maintenance and management. It's important to build the stormwater management. It's just we got to also maintain it.
Well,
So
thank you.
for
I'm
bringing that
glad
up.
that you agree. And that's why I'm suggesting that you just take it out of the regular annual budget process and fund it through these fees that are all of us are already paying on our DC water bills.
But those fees come through the annual budget process as well. That I promise you, the fees that people think they're paying for one thing, they get swept up as well. And then, yeah, that's one of the reasons why, for example, the fees that everybody's been paying, we all pay it for the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, for example. And every year the mayor was swiping that to pay for the electricity costs of the city when it's supposed to be going towards investments like energy and environmental investments across our city. So we decided let's rename it the Mayor's Energy Surcharge, because that's what it is, just constantly pulling it away. So it is still going to have to go through the annual budget process. So that's why we have to fight for it. But your testimony is helpful because I need people talking about it so that when I go try to help restore it, I'm able to point to your testimony. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And if they're going to continue to swipe it, I think they just take away what they built. It didn't take them that long to put those things up in our neighborhood. It would take even less time to cover them over, to take them down, cover them over and be done with it.
There's good reason we actually
that would not be
stormwater management is an important part of what we got to do to help clean up the Anacostia River, help clean up the Potomac River. So there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Let me turn to Commissioner White, if I can, as well. And Commissioner, I appreciate your testimony. Certainly, I mean, I remember walking with you to look at some of the bus shelter needs. Some of them are challenging just of terms of enough sidewalk space, but I hear you on that. On the advertising, I think you had a great point. If we're going to be using public space, be it a bus shelter or anything else, I want to see messages that come back that are a part of the community promoting the Anacostia arts and others. I think is a really smart idea. And so we can follow up with DDOT on that because they manage the contract for the advertising that takes place in the shelters. Can you share a little bit more? The Morris Road requested speed reduction measures. You said the cameras were placed, but can you remind me what were the other pieces that you're advocating for on Morris as well?
So there's not a sidewalk on the one block of Morris Road, the probably 1330 block of Morris Road. There's only one sidewalk on one side of the street. So residents have to actually walk in the street because right after a block of no sidewalk, there's a bus stop, right? So they either walk on the street to get to the bus stop, or when they get off, they have to cross in the middle. The speed cameras, they're not reducing the speed. I don't know if there are examples in the city or other places where there is some type of elevation on the hill where they have speed reduction measures in addition. That's not just cameras, but we've been pretty much told that because it's a hill, we can't do anything but a camera because it will make it too dangerous. So those are the two issues on Morris Road specifically.
Okay. And is that something you have put in with DDOT? Is it whether it's a TSI request for the sidewalk, for example? Or
yeah, we put in a 311 request for the sidewalk. We passed resolutions. We had put in a 311 request and a resolution for traffic safety, and they came back with cameras. That was the answer to the traffic safety.
Got it. Well, again, I know that somebody from DDOT was assigned to sit and watch this hearing. So to that DDOT employee, if you could get us an answer on what DDOT can do about the sidewalk in particular, I appreciate that. And then the Pennsylvania Avenue project intersection about engagement with 8A, I will make sure that we reach out to the director as well and ask what can be done to ensure engagement with our ANCs and our communities there.
And not just an engagement, but also more creative design, because here I've been on the hearing on and off for 3 hours, but it just seems like sometimes there's a lack of creativity when looking at transportation design and what's happening, and it's just not listening to us, because having another 2 town halls and saying, okay, thanks, we're going to just do it anyway, is a waste of our time.
Yep. Got it. Okay. I appreciate that. And then you had, at the end there, you'd asked if you had a second longer to talk about something else. So I was just gonna give you a chance if there's anything else you wanted to make sure you highlighted before we move on to the next panel.
Just very quickly, want to advocate for updating of our naming throughout Metro. So Anacostia, as you know, the council has renamed and awarded Anacostia the Arts and Culture District. We think that that should be reflected throughout the entire Metro system so that people know this is the district's only art and culture district. This is so much history, and having that across Metro would, we think, bring a lot more attention to our community, especially if people are looking on, you know, where is this arts and culture district? So changing the name to Anacostia Arts and Culture District across all of Metro.
Got it. Okay, I appreciate that heads up on that. All right, thank you very much, and I appreciate this panel. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move to our next panel. And I think we've got, again, a combination of people that are in person as well as online. But I've got Benjamin Finkel, public witness, who I think is joining us online. Tim Hampton, public witness. If you'll just come up to the table, Mr. Hampton. Chuck Elkins, public witness, I believe is online. Salim Adofo as a public witness, no. Cheryl Tracy, public witness. Nicholas Deladon, president of the DuPont East Civic Action Association, who I think is joining us online. Silva Walker, a trustee with Michigan Park Christian Church, I don't think is here. Yep. I'm going to call it, since we have a few people that aren't here yet, I'm going to call a couple more names. Louis Santucci, public witness. Tanya Martin, public witness, I think is joining us online. Laura Richards, public witness. Richard Lawrence, member with Protect Missouri Avenue. Thomas Fields, public witness. And Nevellin Jones, public witness. All right, I think that should give us enough folks for a full panel between a few folks that maybe aren't here yet. So Ben Finkel, I'm going to start with you, and you're joining us online. So let me turn over to you for your testimony.
Hello, I'm Ben Finkel, and I'm the president of the Aspen Square HOA at the Parks at Walter Reed. We are a community of 50 recently built townhomes on the southern edge of the parks along Aspen Street Northwest, and we're in Walter Reed Special Zone 7. I'm testifying here today to bring your attention to a parking issue impacting our community. First, I just want to say that I think the city and the developers of the parks, I'm an organization, so I'm hoping to have 5 minutes. I see the timer there. I just want to say the city and the developers of the parks did a great job making sure there was a significant parking within the campus. However, our residential community is separated from the rest of the park's housing and parking, located in the southwest corner directly adjacent to Aspen Street Northwest. Since we are in the WR7 zone, we are not able to get zone parking in the residential parking program to park on Aspen Street Northwest. I believe that all of the parks should be included into Zone 4 residential parking program, and we should be treated the same as our neighbors right across the street. In terms of current parking, all of our homes have at least a one-car garage, and there are also a few street spaces nearby on General Davis Drive Northwest. However, some of our homes have an additional car and need street parking, and we would like the ability to create visitor parking permits for our guests. Additionally, once all of the street parking in the parks transitions to paid parking, if the limited parking available to us is full, there is no free street parking that is not time restricted available anywhere near our homes. In the rare instance where our neighbors across the street with RPP permits are not able to find a parking space on their block, they can most likely find one on the next block. We should have the same flexibility as them. We understand that some of the limitations in place are due to neighborhood concerns prior to the construction of the parks, and those concerns helped in the establishment of substantial parking volume across the parks. Because of the ample parking on campus and the additional parking being added with the rehabilitation of Aspen Street Northwest, including our community into Zone 4 RPP would have a minimal impact on our neighbors' ability to find parking. It would mainly help people like us that are located in a zone on the edge of campus designed for residential development distance from the mixed-use areas in the center. If we can't be included into Zone 4, then I propose that all of Aspen Street Northwest should not have zone 4 restricted parking, and it should not require payment. So we have the necessary overflow parking available to us as residents in the neighborhood. And if our proposal to remove zone 4 restricted parking on all of Aspen Street isn't possible due to zoning or regulations, at a minimum, all of the parking on the north side of Aspen Street Northwest should be available to us to park in without payment and without restrictions. Sorry, lost my slide.
That's all right.
So the whole north side is part of the Walter Reed special zones, according to the Office of Zoning official zoning map. So why would that be zone 4 restricted when it's not in zone 4? Also on the south side of Aspen Street from 13th Street Northwest to Luzon Avenue Northwest, there are currently no zone 4 restricted signs, and a few of our residents rely on those parking spaces every day. I believe there are no signs there because there are no homes that face Aspen Street Northwest on that block. There are also no homes that front to Aspen Street Northwest from Luzon Avenue all the way to the alley between Luzon and 14th. So that block should not have RPP restrictions either. Why would they be added during the rehabilitation? I understand there's a long history of community concerns about the impacts of the development of Walter Reed, and that led the developer to add significant parking to the site. All of that parking plus the additional parking being added to Aspen Street means that if we are given the right to park in zone 4 RPP spots, it would have a very minimal impact to those that already have the right. So council members, can you please ask DDOT why we are treated differently than our neighbors when there would be plenty of parking available to everyone if it was equally accessible? And I have just one more thing I'd like to mention, and that's that some of us in Aspen Square live on General Davis Drive Northwest, which is a private road and will remain a private road. DCMR 182441 states that the director may issue an RPP sticker to a motor vehicle owner who resides on a private street, which is not eligible for residential permit parking because of its roadway designation. Therefore, according to this regulation, even though General Davis Drive won't have RPP restricted parking spaces, its residents should still get zone 4 permit stickers instead of the ones they currently have, which say no RPP. So please inquire with DDOT about this. Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Finkel. And I'm going to come back with some questions in a little bit. I've pulled up a map so I can try to understand as you were testifying there. All right. Let me turn next to, let me follow my list. Chuck Elkins. Oh, no, sorry. Tim Hampton, who's here. Yes. All right. So Mr. Hampton's here, then Mr. Elkins. I'm turning to you after that.
Hi, I'm Tim Hampton, 20-year DC resident, and a member of my immediate family is life is forever changed by traffic carnage, so that I'm here for safety. I really appreciated the testimony of Richard Wetzel and Seth Grimes. I feel like I want to just read it back to you again because it was so good. Everything in there we need. The budget process is broken in such that the mayor makes a budget and then gives it to you guys and everybody gets a little piece of it and it's like divide and conquer. You can't, but you have the power to overcome that. If you can find 6 friends on the council, you can get together and do anything you want with the budget. So I really encourage you not to think about it the way it's always been done, where, okay, I have my piece and I'm gonna work on my fief and maybe I can trade a little bit with somebody. You can get, if you can get enough heads together, you can do anything and you have the power. The mayor uses all these things, like, for instance, we need to fully fund the STEER Act and some of these other things. She couldn't have vetoed that, she would have been overcome, but she undemocratically vetoes it by cutting it out of the budget this way, but you have the power to overcome it. I'm really happy to see that you've done some more muscular budget policy in the past, and I just want to increase that a whole lot more. Keep going the direction you're doing. Assume in advance that the executive is going to try to weasel their way out of everything you do, or just obstruct it. And so right into it, what will happen then? We need so much more money for everything to achieve Vision Zero, and we need so many bulb outs, so many raised sidewalks, so much. So nothing, we can't work around the edges. So we need to raise taxes. raise taxes. We need to add a 2% capital gains tax on gains over $200,000 a year, other than sale of your primary residence. A lot of money there. We need to add a 2% tax on household income above $500,000. People are scared of a tax increase. The public is ready for these taxes on people who have more than enough, and it will go well. I've got some other ones too I don't have time for. And we need to rethink the street parking fees. I think we can structure it differently so that it costs more, but if we did it kind of like a voucher that you can either like take the payment or take your annual thing, then people who can't afford, who really need that parking space can still do it. I hope we fund everything, put the money back for mobility, safety and mobility. Tell them, don't cut anybody who's working on a bike lane or safety and mobility, and east-west bike lane project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hampton. All right, Mr. Elkins, now I'm turning to you online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, I'm a Ward 3 A and C Commissioner and a long-term member of the Safe Sidewalks team. Our team's leader, Scott Price, is traveling out of the country. Otherwise, he would be here also. I hope you'll have time to read my full testimony that's I've submitted for the record, but I want to use my 5 minutes to highlight some new information that's come to light since your last performance hearing on oversight of this department. Since last year, we've learned two troubling things about how DDOT actually handles 311 tripping hazard reports. First, if a reported location is already anywhere in the paved DC schedule, even if that repair is two years away, DDOT marks the 311 request as on schedule and closes it without sending an inspector to see whether the hazard has worsened. Tripping hazards remain without even an inspection. Second, when DDOT does inspect a hazard, inspectors do not measure the gap between the two sidewalk surfaces. They do not record whether the offset is half an inch or 5 inches or 10 inches. This is the most basic measurement of a hazard in front of them, but they don't take it. Director Kirschbaum has claimed that DDOT's sidewalk program is the best in the country. She's offered no evidence for that, and we have not found any. DDOT's published standard of 270 business days, more than a calendar year. Over the last 3 years, DDOT has pushed 70% or more of its 311 requests off more than 60 days, many of them even beyond the 270 business day target. No comparable city has a 270-day standard. For example, New York City has a 75-day repair window. At your last performance hearing, Mr. Chairman, you asked the director about collecting injury data on people who fall on our sidewalks. She replied that she would prefer not to collect that and would rather continue routing most 311 requests to the long-term paved DC schedule. That answer prompted me to find the data myself. With help from DC Health, I looked at the emergency room records for all 7 DC hospitals. I found that between 215 and 350 persons fall annually outdoors and have to go to the emergency room. In addition, more than 1,000 DC residents had to be admitted to the hospital for fall injuries every year with fractures, head trauma, serious wounds. We've also learned what the cost of rapid repair of these tripping hazards would be. DDOT staff tell us the average repair of a 311 tripping hazard using in-house staff and contractors costs $1,350. There were about 3,800 311 requests in fiscal year 2025, and DDOT fixed only 1,000 of them quickly. That means that an additional $5 million in operating funds would allow DDOT to address all of these 311 requests quickly and not have to wait for the paved DC program to get to these tripping hazards. So on the question of where would we find $5 million, may I make a bold suggestion out of my area of expertise to this committee that the committee consider trading $10 million in capital funds to another committee in exchange for $5 million in operating funds for this to fund this quick response to tripping hazards, and the drawing from the capital from the paved DC's road paving budget. My neighbors and I have concluded that DDOT has largely caught up on its paving of roads in bad condition and is now repaving streets that are still in a good condition. I believe none of us would notice if there were $10 million less money devoted to road repaving. However, we would notice prompt repair of tripping hazards on our sidewalks. I outline a number of recommendations at the end of my written testimony, and they include the $5 million in operating funds for rapid response to 311 tripping hazards, quarterly reporting to this committee on the percentage of 311 sidewalk requests resolved within 60 days, requiring that DDOT measure the gap at every inspection and publish the results in the public database, and direct DDOT to enter into a data sharing agreement with DC Health to get this fall injury data. And finally, to create a senior pedestrian safety position at DDOT. The article in today's Washington Post about the safety of pedestrians around our schools drives home that there needs to be a senior person at DDOT who is continually pushing hard for pedestrian safety. Car drivers and bicyclists have their strong advocates with the department. Pedestrians deserve to be heard also. So, Mr. Chairman, the data now exists to justify action. The cost is known. The fix is not complicated. What is needed is for this committee to require DDOT to treat a broken sidewalk with the same urgency it brings to other repairs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Elkins. Next, let me go to Nicholas Deladon. Mr. Deladon, let me turn to you.
Thank you. My name is Nick Deladon, and I represent DC Safe Streets Coalition, which is a project of the DuPont East Civic Action Association. And today, we urge you to regulate e-bikes. On August 16, a 14-year-old performing wheelies on an electric motorcycle struck an 81-year-old Vietnam veteran in Los Angeles. The victim remains in critical condition. On Easter weekend, a 10-year-old in DC riding an e-bike in a bike lane without a helmet was hit by an ATV. The ATV rider has not been found. The mother thought the child would be safe in a bike lane. Her son suffered brain injury. On April 24, Montgomery County Police arrested a 13-year-old for riding in an unregulated dirt bike without a license through busy streets in downtown Bethesda, imitating scenes in DC neighborhoods like Navy Yard and U Street, scenes that have come to be known as teen takeovers. Councilmember Zachary Parker will hold a public roundtable Thursday, April 30, here in the Wilson Building to discuss alternatives to teen takeovers. How did we get here? The DC Council and the District Department of Transportation have been promoting and subsidizing e-bikes with bike lanes, rebates, and pilot programs that give e-bikes to participants. With no thought to precautions, limitations, or safeguards, you have created a hellish scene where youth feel entitled to play recklessly in the street. A few years ago, this council passed a law called the Safety Bike Stop, scandalously permitting bikers to run through stop signs. Clearly, it is not a stop, and patently, it is not safe. Last year, the council, under the leadership, your leadership, authorized $1 million in rebates for e-bikes because bike lanes are not being used. Today, 700,000 residents of DC show us they are not interested in biking that could justify the dangerous transformation of DC traffic. Road diets and bike lanes you tout as making streets safer are putting us all in jeopardy. Something must be done. DC Safe Streets Coalition proposes one measure to help bring order back into the streets, namely the regulation of e-bikes. including registration and tags, just like motorcycles, so bikers can be identified and held accountable, also including licensing, insurance, certification, and speed limits. If bikers were required to register their bikes, if they knew they could be caught, if they had to pass a rider's test, their behavior would change for the better with minimal intervention from the police department. In this election year, our coalition urges the council to introduce an e-bike bill, and we have begun a petition to regulate e-bikes and urge DC residents to review and sign it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deladon. Next, let me turn to Tanya Martin. Ms. Martin, whenever you're ready, we'll get your testimony.
Good day. My name is Tanya Martin. I'm a born Washingtonian and I live in my childhood home on the 3900 block of 5th Street. I want to ask you a question. Why am I still here talking about the same thing I've been talking about for I know almost 6 testimonies? I'm just trying to figure out why am I still here talking about the same thing, the same information, and no response. I have a council member, Janice Lewis George. She's my council member. She came down here in 2021 and saw how bad my street was. Said she was going to come back and do something, lied and never came back. But it's funny how the other day they got a traffic, I guess a traffic stop sign, a traffic light. Why she come down here? She came down here. Oh, it was a photo op. It was a ribbon cutting. Who knew a ribbon cutting for traffic light? It's unacceptable that me and my neighbors have to live in hell, intimidated, frustrated, dangerous streets, and nothing's being done. So what kind of leader are you? You're the chairman. So why am I continuously saying the same thing? So should I say you are a bad leader? I am gonna say you're a bad leader because you know it's wrong. You know what street I live on. She knows it. If your council member for Ward 4 can't help you, what you gonna do for the rest of the city? It's unacceptable. So what I'm gonna do now, every month, start next month, I'm gonna have my own rally where I'm gonna have people come down 5th Street, bonk your horn, tell them that you honk your horn, tell them how safe this street is. That's what we need to show you just how safe some of these streets. I don't have a problem with bikes. Ride a bike. You can ride a bike all the way to Birmingham, Alabama, where you was born. I wouldn't care as long as everyone is safe. People not safe. This is the first time in my life that I feel unsafe living in Ward 4. Ward 4 was the median between Ward 1, 2, and 3, and 5, 6, 7, and 8. But now Ward 4 is horrible. If it ain't the crime, people getting hanging in trees, nothing's being said. Trash is out of control. And definitely the traffic in Ward 4 is out of control. Go ask the residents, knock on their door. See what they think about the traffic in Ward 4. It's horrible. People getting hit. And I just come to find out, did you not know, residents in DC, a person who rides on a bike does not have to stop at a stop sign. One of DDOT representatives told me the other day. Who knew? Who knew? It's unacceptable. Everybody in this city should be safe. Bike riders, walkers, runners, people who drive. It's all forms of transportation. And it should be safe for everyone. It's unfair and it's biased. Thank you. Now answer my question. Because you're asking everybody else's question. Answer my questions. Answer my questions. Why am I still here talking about the same thing?
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
No, you answer my question. You won't answer.
Ma'am, I'm going to turn to the next person on our
You
witness.
don't want to answer because you don't have a question. You sit there, that's why you don't want to, because you don't want to answer because you ain't got nothing to say.
Ms. Martin.
This is my 7th time here with the same thing. You ain't nothing to, and they ought to be call you back to. And then say that. Bye.
Thank you. All right, let me turn next to Laura Richards.
Okay.
There we go. Ms. Richards, you there?
Yes, I am. Okay, you can hear me?
Yes, we can see and hear you whenever you're ready.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Chair Allen and members of the committee. I am a transit-dependent senior living in Ward 7. The lack of adequate bus service makes it extremely difficult to move around the city and take advantage of its amenities or get to places I need to be. The nearest Metro Rail station is Potomac Avenue at 14th and Pennsylvania or Naylor Road in Maryland. I'm a 10-minute walk from the bus stop at Branch, Pennsylvania. I have to take that to the D1X bus to probably Pennsylvania Avenue. It is the D1X is scheduled to run every 20 minutes, but that is not reliable. It is not unusual to wait up to 30 minutes for a bus. The D1X was formerly number 36, and it didn't run then either. I have emailed your office several times after waiting half an hour to keep you aware of the issues faced by residents using a public service under your oversight. The city has designated Pennsylvania Avenue as a major bus corridor suitable for high-density development. Should such development occur, you are condemning future bus users to long waits for buses to get to work, to take children to childcare, or for seniors to reach medical appointments. You are a great proponent of a walkable, bikeable city, and you let it be known that walking and biking are your primary modes of transit. I challenge you to try using the bus to visit destinations in Southeast and find out how well your multimodal system works in practice. We need more buses and predictable service. I am also a member of the Safe Streets Coalition, and I endorse their views on e-bikes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Richard Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence, when you're ready. Mr. Lawrence, I think you're muted. If you can check, because we can't hear you yet. I can see you.
I
but we can't.
am. No, you're right.
There we go.
Okay.
Now we got you.
I'm a 39-year block resident of this block of 1600 Missouri Avenue, retired science teacher, and represent the Protect Missouri Avenue Association. So I was hoping I'd get more time than 3. DDOT is proposing this block that you see behind me for a one-way, a two-way street, bike lane. It's a one-way street. It's also incredibly steep, so they've got major problems with putting this through. So this is the street we're talking about. DDOT wants to remove the cars, maybe take down some or all of the trees, might take out part of the wall and the lawn behind us to put in this bike lane right here, right where the cars are. But it's a 10.3% steep slope, and ISTO recommends a maximum of 5% for bike lanes. So I don't know how they're even going forward with that part of the plan. If they remove the parking and the other things, their plan might look like this. You'll notice that the grass meridian is still there. The sidewalk is now wider. The wall is missing. Delimiters are in place. It's painted prettily, and boy, does it look different. So that is what they propose. I believe now some of us are proposing the residents is to move that bike lane from where their cars are parked over to the other side of the road where they're away from the houses. And it takes 3.5 feet of the roadway and 3.5 feet of the grass median. They can do that. They get a bike lane that doesn't take away everything else for people who live here. So if you go to the top of this road, 1600 block, you'll reach 16th Street. And 16th Street looks like this. Left and right, 16th, straight ahead is Missouri. Behind me is a corner house, heavily impacted. That road is so narrow there, it barely works. So DDOT is most likely going to try to take away 10 feet of their property. They've got a fence, they've got a beautiful magnolia and some hedges for protection. But this is what happens if you take that away. You've got sidewalk to the edge of their house. They're even going to lose 2 feet of their house. So you have to ask yourself, why in the world do they want to do that? is it worth a bike lane to destroy somebody's just like this? And then again, who pays for that damage and that loss? That's the city or DDOT. So let's see. A solution to this problem would be to widen the sidewalk an extra 2 feet, have an 8-foot wide shared use bike path going down to the bottom of the slope, and the roadway is wide enough for cars. Then at the bottom of the hill, sorry, practice. Okay, there we go. Okay. At the bottom of the hill, we have 1400 Block, Missouri, a beautiful place. 16 or so parking spaces, heritage trees, front yards. People can go to their neighbor's house with some sense of containment and neighborliness. Okay. DDOT's plan is to take away the front part of Nadine's property and George's property, widen out the sidewalk, put in the dual lane, and as a result, restrict the traffic through that spaceway there. Our proposal is to put a pathway here where it's wider on the edge, cross on the same crosswalk that's there, and then go down in the parklands for the rest of the way down to 14th Street. That's the end of the desired project. So all of that enables this process to proceed. And that's all one avenue for approach. The other one, though, we're thinking of also as residents, as members, is to use Joyce Road instead of Missouri. Use Joyce Road, go up, this is a military road bridge, go past the bridge and up to past the golf course to 16th Street, cross over, use one block of Rittenhouse Road, and you're at 14th and you're at that north-south destination that they desire. So I guess to me it's worth protecting Missouri Avenue by moving the bike lane over to the other side of the road in 2 places, or better by using Joyce Road. I appreciate your hearing us, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence.
Yes.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Next, let me turn to Thomas Fields. If you're ready, let me turn to you.
Can you hear me all right?
Now we can. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Nick Dunn's comments are right on the mark. I fully agree with him that every motor vehicle should be properly registered with a license tag on it. The rider should have a driver's license, liability insurance. The thing should also be inspected annually with an inspection sticker, just like a car, same thing. But in addition, rental scooters and bikes should be handled just like rental cars. When you rent one, you go to the charging station, you get your scooter, right? And here's the difference. So when you rent this thing, the cell phone will have an app. You know, it has an app on it. You tell it, this is where I'm going. And it will say, here's the nearest docking station to your destination. Right here. Here's the route that you will take to get there. And this is approximately how much it will cost you. So you get on it, you go where you're going, you get to your destination, or you dock it near there, right? And that's the end of your rental period. And you'll continue paying rent on that bike or scooter until you dock it again. And that way it will be easier for the user. They'll know exactly how to get where they're going and where to dock the thing. And it will be easier for all of us because people will not be ditching these things all over the sidewalk and in people's yards and in Rock Creek Park and in the Potomac and wherever else they feel like dropping these things off and abandoning them. Because if you do that, the company's going to say, hey, where's our bike? What did you do with it? It's been 3 hours and we It's still not docked yet. What are you doing? And so, you're going to have to pay a lot of money on that rental if you don't dock it where you should. This will make the whole system easier and simpler for everyone. You won't have this constant problem with these things strewn all over the sidewalk, which is especially bad for mobility impaired people. I can't remember how many times I've pulled these things out of the way so some poor guy in a wheelchair can get through. That will not happen because you ditch that thing in the middle of the sidewalk, you're going to pay a lot of money on rent. And they'll probably levy some fines too. So again, regulate the rental scooters and bikes essentially the same way that you would have rental cars regulated. Make sure they're picked up and dropped off at designated spots where they're supposed to be. It will solve a huge amount of problems.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Fields. Thank everybody on this panel for your testimony. Let me get back through here. Let me start back up, Mr. Finkel. So are you in a building or are you in a house? I was looking on the map and trying to make sure I could follow what you were.
Yeah,
as
it's
you
a
were
little confusing because Google Maps hasn't updated it yet. But we are 50 townhomes. But if you look at Google Maps, it shows a building from when this was a military hospital complex. So we are on Aspen Street, and we border essentially on the south side, Luzon Avenue, the angled street to 14th Place. We make up that whole stretch of Aspen Street Northwest there on the north side.
Got it. Okay, so you've got DCI is to your west.
Correct.
Okay, got it. And so DDOT does not have you zoned RPP, and that's what you're asking is to be considered RPP.
Yes, I mean, I believe that all of the parks should be included into RPP. I understand why people didn't want that originally, but now the parks has added a lot of parking, but it's mainly like garage parking and not street parking, and it's all nowhere near us. So I believe if we were all included into RPP, we would be able to park outside of the parks, yes, but it would be a very minimal impact. But then I have backup requests if that isn't possible, and that is specifically about Aspen Street Northwest, making that not RPP.
And if I followed your testimony correctly, you were saying, especially on the north side, which is what's facing you.
Yes.
Or what you face on too.
We are on the north side, and from what I can tell, when you look at the zoning maps, the whole north side is not in Zone 4. It's in the Walter Reed Special Zones. So it shouldn't be Zone 4 RPP. And then also from what I could tell when I was trying to get RPP for us, you need to have homes on the street that front the street in order to qualify for RPP. And a huge stretch of the south side of Aspen Street Northwest doesn't have homes that face it. There's really just 2 homes that face it all the way from 14th Street to 13th Street.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you. Mr. Hampton, thank you for your testimony. And we'll take a look at your proposals. And I know you had some notes here. Will you submit written testimony?
I will.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Elkins, you advocated for additional funding and you specifically said 5 million. Is there anything you want to add about why you picked 5? In other words, why not 10? Why not 2?
Yes.
What made you think to focus on 5?
Well, when you look at my full testimony, you'll see a chart that shows what you get for each increment of money up to 5 million. 5 million would be enough money to allow DDOT to take care of every one of the 311 requests that comes in, assuming it's the same level as last year, doing on a fairly rapid basis without having to send it to the DC pave DC program. In other words, they'd be able to do it on a short-term basis and hopefully over time do them all or most of them in 60 days. So the $5 million really is a complete funding. The chart you'll see in my testimony shows, well, if you only had 3 million, you would get 60% of the ones that have not been handled in the past. So there's a range of opportunity there. We would hope you'd be able to find 5 million, but we need to make some progress on this, and they've only been able to meet 30% in the past, even if they made 50 or 60% in the first year or two, we would celebrate. So we hope you can find some money, hopefully 5 million.
Okay, got it. We, as you know, we've been working on trying to get more funding into our sidewalks. Specifically, we're going to dig in more, but I believe there is additional funding in this year's proposed sidewalks capital budget of totaling about 11.5 million. So we're going to dig into that with the agency when we have them in front of us, and so we'll keep looking at that and what their plans are with that additional investment. I don't know if you were here when we also had the conversation with some of the bids around the reimbursable management agreements where they can do some of the sidewalk maintenance. I think that in some of the places where they've been able to use this, it's actually been very helpful to be able to move quickly and nimbly to make needed sidewalk repairs. And I'd love to see them be able to do more of that so we can help clear through some of this backlog. Just curious if you had any thoughts from what you heard around that.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. Of course, we don't have bids in every neighborhood, but if they could take some of that work off DDOT, that would help. Just my only caution about the $11 million in the capital fund, of course, that's where the paved DC program is, and it's not going to give us the short-term turnaround. That's where they, take 270 days or more to do it. So that money is in the wrong place.
Okay. Got it. Well, I appreciate the conversation around the RMAs as well, because as you pointed out, as we talked about earlier, they don't cover every area, but it could be one of, again, it's one of the strategies to be able to move quickly to fix these sidewalks.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Mr. Deladon, I know you are working on sending your petition or your recommendation, so we'll keep an eye out for that and welcome you sending that over. Ms. Richards, as a bus rider myself, I very much want to see better bus service. I will note, what I'm told is the mayor is going to be sending us an errata letter that is seeking to remove $6 million from improved bus service to WMATA. I think that's wrong. I'm not going to support that, but that's funding that's needed to help improve bus service, especially the gaps that we saw in Ward 7, east of the river, after the better bus changes where we saw reliability and frequency decrease. That to me is a really big investment that we do need to make in better bus service. So I just want to flag that for you, that there's an effort to remove the $6 million. And that is not something I'm going to support. And I'm going to push back on that pretty hard. And it sounds like you would agree with me because you're being a great advocate for better bus service.
Absolutely do support your opposition to the reduction.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And my understanding is I believe that WMATA is actually holding a bus town hall on tomorrow, April 28th at 5 p.m., I believe, to get more information and more feedback. So I don't have a link as to where that is, but WMATA might also be another chance to help give feedback about what's working and then what's not working.
I'll look it up. Thank you.
Absolutely. Mr. Lawrence, it was a little hard to follow the images you had behind you. So I would ask if you could make sure you submit, when you're able to send your testimony, those images. That'll just help us be able to see the things you were trying to highlight and show us.
So they were not clear?
It's more that from where I am, you're a small screen on a computer. So it's a little hard to see every image behind there. So we would just have the benefit of the full imagery if you're able to send that to us.
I'd be happy to send it directly to you.
You could do that, or through our LIMS system, you can upload it, but that'll just also help make sure it's a part of the record.
Thanks for helping. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. I appreciate everybody's testimony today. Thank you very much. And please stay engaged with us over the next couple of weeks as we have the DDOT budget in front of us. So thank you. All right. Let me turn to our final panel of the day. We've got, again, a mix of some folks that are here and then some that will be joining us virtually. I have Nevelyn Jones, public witness. Sheila Escamilla, public witness. Erica Ward-Audina, public witness. Rosalind Grant, public witness. Adile Pacheco, public witness. Ryan Danley, public witness. Samuel Shanks, public witness. ANC Commissioner Tricia Duncan from ANC 3D. Jocelyn Johnson, Sean Taylor, and I understand Silva Walker, who we called earlier, has been able to join us now. So Silva Walker from Michigan Park Christian Church. All right, I believe we've got everybody. So Neville and Jones, we'll begin with you when you're ready. If you'll push the buttons, the red light comes on, that'll help us hear you. You're gonna do great. You're gonna do great. But if you'll push the button, that way the camera will also follow you. There you go.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, Councilman Allen. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Nevelyn Jones, and I'm here today to request that DDOT be held accountable and no more tax dollars be spent on misinformation. Misinformation erodes public trust and compromises good decision-making. Taxpayers should not have to fact check. I say no to misinformation. The Taylor Street concept is simply propaganda filled with inaccuracies, exaggerations, and misleading information solely to promote a protected bike lane. The speed limit is a key factor in determining the preferred bikeway treatment. What is the speed limit along the corridor? Is it 25 miles per hour, like stated in the concept, or 25 miles per hour is pictured in the concept? Which is it? Beginning June 2020, the default speed limit is 20 miles per hour. As stated in the concept, the proposed changes will narrow the travel lanes. This statement is misleading. All travel lanes along the corridor are not being narrowed. Currently, many of the existing travel lanes are at the desired width of 10 to 11 feet. As illustrated in the concept, the width of several of the proposed travel lanes are unchanged. In at least one instance, the width is actually increased. Since the inception of the project, DDOT has consistently stated that the protected bike lanes were the only option for the corridor based on national guidance. This is simply untrue. From South Dakota Avenue to 10th Street Northeast, the community is low-density residential, non-commercial, without a bus route, 20 miles per hour speed limit, and the average daily volume is 5,892. In accordance with the Federal Highway Administration, protected bike lanes are not the only option. While DDOT receives numerous comments, both in support and in opposition of the Taylor Street project, DDOT only includes comments that support their desired outcome. Our public agencies should present balanced narrative. The crash data lacks transparency. Based on my analysis of the open data in Division 0, the numbers contained in the concept are overstated. It appears the concept includes crashes outside of the corridor and/or adjacent streets. Suggesting that protected bike lanes along Taylor Street may have similar outcomes to G Street is highly deceptive. G Street is in a highly dense commercial area in the heart of downtown DC and runs to the middle of GW's campus. But more importantly, the street is one way and the travel lane was reduced by 6 feet. The 1300 block of Taylor Street has unrestricted parking. One can park anytime, day or night, all without a residential parking permit. DDOT alleges that there are 701 alternative spaces. This is unequivocally false. My calculation is significantly lower, and this is without reducing for the vast number of streets with restricted parking or no parking. These are not alternative spaces for the residents of the 1300 block of Taylor Street. My mother wants to continue to age in place in the house that she's called home for more than half a century. For my mother and seniors like her, reliable and nearby parking is not simply a convenience, but is essential for her safe access to her home, independence, and ability to remain in the community she loves. Because of her limited mobility, walking long distances from distant parking is not realistic and presents a significant safety risk. Seniors like my mother have built and sustained this community for decades, when many consider DC to be undesirable. And now the city has forsaken them. My mother is being forced out to make room for protected bike lanes. I say no to gentrification. Please pause on the Taylor Street project.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Sheila Escamilla.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Excellent. Good afternoon, council member and everyone. My name is Sheila Escamilla, and I'm a student services for Berea Public Charter School. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share with you today the success and ongoing work needed for many of our DC residents. I am also a former early childhood educator, a community advocate, and a parent to 3 boys. I am here today to represent our BREA students with our gratitude for your support in ensuring that they can continue to access the transportation subsidies that allows them to go to school every day. Our students come from different parts of DC and are very resilient families who wants to continue to have the opportunity to have a better chance in life through their education. Without the monthly Metro cards, our families will have to choose between education and paying for their daily needs. Despite the daily challenges of distance, family circumstances, our families continue to persevere to learn English, become a certified medical assistant, acquire their child development associate certification, or their national external diploma. At BREA, we also offer them many opportunities to support their progress in life, such as coffee hours, student wellness, early childhood workshops, and many more. If we want to continue to see progress, providing the means to attend school means that we ensure an egalitarian society that promotes the well-being to all, especially the most vulnerables. Our mothers and fathers and children that walk through the doors of BREA every day are members of this community. They also reserve the right to the pursuit of their happiness according to our Constitution, which means that they too will have the right to a good education, to pursue a profession that they wish, equal rights, including legal rights and other opportunities. Transportation subsidies have been a vital link for our under-resourced adults that we serve. The subsidy allowed them to attend school to learn new skills, share their abilities with others, and expand their network of support and understanding the world around them. That is why we respectfully ask the Council today to increase the adult learner weight in the universal per student funding from 1.0 to 1.3, increase the adult learner transit subsidy from $70 to $100 per month, restore $4 million in adult and family education AFE funding cuts since FY26, maintain a strong social safety net for DC families, including DC Healthcare Alliance, SNAP, and TANF. Fund charter schools equitably in FY27 budget by fully covering costs like staff compensation and utilities through UPSFF. Thank you very much and have a wonderful afternoon.
All right, thank you. Next, let me turn to Commissioner Duncan. There we go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My testimony today is in support of funding for the Arizona Avenue Pedestrian Bridge Replacement and Trolley Trail Improvement Project. This funding is already included in the proposed budget, but I'm here today because I am certain council members have heard from the opponents of this project, and I don't want the funding to be derailed because you didn't hear from the proponents. The paving of the trolley trail is an emotional issue for some in our neighborhood, but the strong emotions of some residents should not derail the entire project. The ANC welcomes the city's investment in this bridge and the improvements to the trail. The elected representatives of ANC 3D recently unanimously approved DDOT's 90% plans presented to the community in the last few months. The fact that every commissioner voted to approve should be enough to give the council assurances that this is a desired project and the funding should remain fully in place. All of the commissioners found that making this an inclusive path that is accessible by all outweighed the desire of some people to leave the trail as is. I'm going to quickly address the main complaints we heard so that you can have confidence that all residents had an opportunity to comment and that their concerns were taken into account. Number one on the list, we should not be eliminating this unique trail of green space in our neighborhood. This is the crux of the issue, but the ANC came down on the side of making this pathway accessible to all. We probably have more green space and nature trails within our borders than any other ANC in DC, and this pathway has been used as a transportation thoroughway since its inception. Number two, paving a trail will make drainage worse. This is not true. DDOT has included massive improvements to drainage in the plan. Number 3, this quiet trail will be unusable by walkers because it will be like the Capitol Crescent Trail. This is not a realistic fear. ANC 3D based our assumptions on existing similar pathways nearby. And 4, the vast majority of residents don't want the paved trail. This is also not true. Palisades has about 8,700 residents. We heard from about 120 people, and many of those people support the improvements. This is why we have ANCs to speak for the neighborhood. And lastly, residents are claiming they have not been heard, or this process is rigged and so much for democracy. This too is farcical. In fact, many changes were made to the plan based on community feedback. People always say commissioners aren't listening when a commissioner doesn't agree with them, but that's not how representative government works. Please keep this funding in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Next, let me go to Rosalind Grant, who I think is joining us online.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosalind Grant. Can you hear me? Because it
Yep. Yeah, we can hear you whenever you're ready.
just disappeared. Hello? Okay.
We can hear
I
you.
am opposed of the Taylor Street project. My parents are elderly. I live in a neighborhood, and my parents, my father's on oxygen. We have nurses that come. So right now we are told that people from Taylor Street will be parking on Tulsick, which is a very narrow two-way street. And we have nurses that come to the street. There are 5 residence homes that are handicapped. And we're already fighting for parking, just the people who live here, because the school that's on 10th and Upshur, those people come and park here. People from Maryland come and park here. So we here paying taxes and can't even park, near our own homes. So now that if the Taylor Street bike comes, that forces more cars over here. And then where does the elderly get their help? How do we get the food to them? Where do they park? Because they can't walk. My mother just had hip surgery. She can't walk far. So I'm opposing the Taylor Street project. It needs to be reconstructed a different way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grant. And then next, let me turn to Silva Walker.
Good afternoon, Chairman Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and Environment. I am a trustee at Michigan Park Christian Church. This church has been on the corner of Taylor Street and South Dakota Avenue since 1949, serving the community in various ways. We were instrumental and engaged in the civil rights movement. We were there when there were the riots, 68 riots. We engaged the community. We were a vital part of the settlement of that. The first African-American Cub Scout was established at the church. We provided daycare when there wasn't, after school care when there wasn't any after school care. So we've been vital right there at that corner since 1949. And as I have testified before, removal of any parking will severely impact the church, in our ability to deliver services to our congregation and to the community. There are several reasons why I am testifying against installing the protected bike lane on Taylor Street. Number one, you have a budgetary shortfall. You need money to provide to other services, or to, add funding to other services in Ward 5. And there's already 116.4 miles of bike lanes throughout Washington, D.C. There's some protected bike lanes already in Ward 4. There are other alternatives that have not been fully vetted and would be useful and would provide the safety that you're seeking for a protective bike lane. There are major programs that are needing funding right now. The anti-poverty program, advancing critical projects for Ward 5 facilities like recreation centers, businesses, services for seniors, and youth affairs. Also reducing inefficiencies and wasteful spending, which brings me to the point, based on a report from the census reporter, there's only 3% of the constituents are riding a bicycle for transportation to work. So that means the remainder bikers, it's actually being really used for recreational purposes. It's more of a wish than there is a need. And in this environment of shortfalls, we need to focus more on what the needs are. Recently, Mr. Vincent Orange respectively asked for a moratorium on the installation of new bike lanes and has asked for a review on these plans throughout the city. Many of these issues have been often overlooked and fully analyzed on the onset. Other bike requests from the ANC, and because the ANC has been given good, they've been given great weight, and it needs further vetting. Many of the stakeholders were excluded during the early stage. And this includes elderly, ADA residents, churches, EMS, businesses, and the like. And it put the stakeholders at an unfair disadvantage from the very beginning. By installing these bike lanes, we're going to be severely impacted. The businesses will be impacted because of loss of business, poor EMS services, loss of parking, inability to deliver services, and conveniences experienced by the ADA and elderly.
Ms. Walker, Ms. Walker, I apologize to interrupt here, but we're about a minute over, so if I can ask you to wrap up, please.
Okay, I'll wrap it up. Okay, I guess the gist of my point is I think it's overkill. Taylor Street is not a street that has a lot of accidents, number one, and as Neverland pointed out, what they're counting as accidents are on the adjacent streets, and they're not on Taylor Street. It's not a high injury street. And for that reason, some of what they're proposing is going to narrow our streets. They haven't even done an analysis of the impact of what it would be for, the fire codes, EMS. We have to have a certain width on the street in order to address that.
Okay, we're 2 minutes over now, so
okay, just
appreciate your testimony.
I want to say two more things.
Ms. Walker, we're 2 minutes. We're well over the time.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I appreciate it.
Okay, I will put this in my. I will.
Yeah, if you would do that, I appreciate that. We'll make sure that gets fully incorporated. So,
all right.
I appreciate your testimony, and thank you everybody on this panel as well. This is a budget hearing, not a oversight hearing. So what I was curious, maybe Ms. Jones, is there something in the budget specific to this project that motivated you today? Or is it just the overall project is something you want to express your concerns about? And if you could turn your mic on so we can hear you.
Thanks, sir. A little of both. I mean, I do realize it was a budget hearing and I didn't participate at the oversight hearing. I had just had conflicts, but we just recently, as you probably are aware, had that concept when they presented to us on March 31st. So at that time, I was actually able to review the document, and upon reading it, I clearly saw inaccuracies. And I know you're a proponent of bike lanes, but I think you would have to agree that if DDOT is producing the information, it should be accurate. Mm-hmm. It should not be more like propaganda or marketing materials. And so I would think that you would not want to continue to allocate money to DDOT to produce information that is incomplete, inaccurate. So basically I'm saying they need to do a better job because it was obvious to because the street that I live on, they said there was an alternative for parking. There's no parking 100% of the time. So therefore that could not be an alternative. And once that was obvious and glaring, I actually have gone to every street in the area, counted the parking spaces using their methodology to see that there's consistently inaccuracies in their statements.
Okay, I appreciate that. And What I do not know if the budget has Taylor, for example, as a discrete line item or not, but we'll make sure when the government comes up, we'll ask those type of questions as well. And I hear the concerns that you've highlighted, both on the presentation of the information and the project overall. So I appreciate that. To Ms. Escamilla, as you know, we had several panels of our adult learners earlier today who helped testify and helped advocate very strongly and well for an increase in the transit subsidy from $70 to $100 per month. I think they made a great case, as we've seen metro fares continue to go up, but that subsidy has stayed the same, which now means it is less and less. And I shared as well that WMATA does have a program called Metro Lift, and that does help some, but not all. And so that is an option to help reduce metro costs. It's a 50% reduction in fares for Metro Rail and Metro Bus for anybody who is enrolled in SNAP. But of course, not everybody's enrolled in SNAP, and so it doesn't help everybody, but it could be something that could help folks in the short term, while we are going to look at how do we help improve that transit benefit, because I think that we need to make sure that those students are able to get to school and back, and this cost is significant. And then Commissioner Duncan, appreciated your testimony. I just wanted to clarify to make sure I'm following this correctly. The project is funded, it is in the budget, correct?
It is in the budget. I'm just paranoid that someone's going to want to take it out. So I'm here to say we want it.
I appreciate that. Yes, there will always be folks, some who want it, some who don't. So I appreciate your advocating to leave it in and support it. And I do remember seeing perhaps an email or some testimony from you that kind of broke down that, the way you kind of talked about the concerns that you'd heard cited, and then kind of what you're kind of pushing back on some of the facts to help make the argument here.
This is a shortened version of what I sent you and what the ANC voted to approve. So I appreciate
and that was the last question I asked, is just to confirm our ANC, as our elected representatives, have confirmed their support for this project.
unanimously.
Correct? Unanimously. Okay. All right. That's helpful. And I'll, of course, circle up with your Ward 3 council member to check back in with him as well. But that's really good to hear that the ANC is in strong support of that project and that it's funded. So we don't need to do anything other than protect the funding that's there.
Exactly. And that's why I'm here. That's why I kept it under 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner Duncan. All right. I appreciate everybody's testimony today for our hearing. This is our last panel, so thank you all very much for hanging in there and being there at the end of the day for us. I'm going to conclude now the committee's budget oversight hearing on the District Department of Transportation. And again, my thanks to all of our public witnesses starting at 9:30 this morning. The record for today's hearing is going to close on Monday, May 11th, 2026. And so anyone can still submit written testimony through the council's hearing management system, which you can find at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings until then. The next meeting of the committee will be this Thursday, April 30th, 2026, where the committee will hold a government witness portion of DDOT's budget oversight hearing. So everything we talked about today, we'll talk about again, but that time with the department and with the director to be able to get their feedback on it. So there being no further business for the committee, the time is now 2:45 p.m. and this budget oversight hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.